What's up, everybody? Happy Mother's Day. Hello, lovelies. How are you? Let's please. I like this song. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you. Oh, I like this song. Thank you.
This is what we need. Secret, we think of for a while. Silence into the Milky Way, I see a star smile. The essence of our songs is the time. More into the cosmos, and God knows the power we have combined. Our souls align like the seasons. We don't need a reason. Just keep in your mind. Come back to my mind. I can feel the energy. This is what we need. I can feel the energy. This is what we need.
My hands are slippery. I just put skincare on.
The essence of our souls is intertwined. Moving through the cosmos, and God knows the power we have combined. Our souls align like the seasons. We don't need a reason. Just easy your mind. God made the words. I can feel your energy.
Hello, how are you? Happy Mother's Day. Help!
Good line. I can feel the energy.
That was a good one. I've never heard that one before. Is your birthday October 10th? Because you're a 10 out of 10. Clever. It's not actually. My birthday is in a couple of weeks. Speaking of which, I just posted on my community board a super spring sale that I'm doing in celebration of 12,000 subs. My birthday, which is in a couple of weeks, and also that it actually feels like spring now. So feel free to take advantage of that while it's up. The prices were dropped quite substantially, like by a few $100s. And I don't know how long we'll be running that one, but I wanted to give people the opportunity to access it. I've been thinking about it for a few months. So there we go. Thank you. And they tried to shut us down. Those trolls. No. Sure, you know, I forgot to do that. I should. But I was also going to do some face paint. People were asking about you, man. I hope you're feeling all right. Cheers. Shake it off. Are you a campfire? Because you're fire and we want s'more. That's so funny. Kublak, you're the best advertisement to warn women on making sure they pick better men. They would have saved money if they showed this in school and not dare. Yeah, well, guess what? Your mama would have saved some people trouble if she'd let your daddy jizz on her back instead of inside her. La 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 la. It's all around the world, just la la la. And everybody sing la la la. And now the bells are ringing. Why are you so cranky, bitches? Weird for you. You're not weird enough for me, baby. You don't make the cut. Maybe you can heal me with crystals? No, here. Let me tell you how you can go focus on yourself and what your problems are. Infidelity, enslavement, passion, marital difficulties, separation. All right, so people don't want to be around you. Well, that's not surprising. Look at how you are and who you are and what you do. We don't want to be around you. You're begging for my attention right now. So it doesn't surprise me that people don't want to be around you in your real life, which is why you're so bored and miserable that you came here. Yeah, told on yourself. Limited mind, ignorance, error. Tendency not to learn from the lessons of experience. Distanced from loved ones. Yeah, people don't want to be around you. does not want to learn because you do this and you're ignorant and you run your mouth instead of finding a brain cellar, a bit of common sense somewhere. Negative influence on others or situations. So you do nothing but cause problems in people's lives because you are problematic. Cool. Okay, got it. May 21st to May 25th. Told you my birthday's in a few weeks. You're going to catch hell for that. When your life starts to spiral, remember this conversation. When it starts to spiral more uncomfortably than it already is. August 30th, November 11th, January 21st, 4 a.m. to 4:19 a.m. What brand of mental illness is this? Well, yeah, that's a good question. Do you have an answer for that? That was certainly projection, but I would like to know your answer. It was in the statement, wasn't it? Present. Begging for attention from mommy. Saw that. Fuck! Karmic male. He just like stubbed his toe or something like that. Who's that dude that I just blocked? Instant karma already backfiring. It doesn't even have to wait till tomorrow or next week. It's going to get worse. I warn you. Name a car? Lamborghini. Thank you. So loud. How much pH balance and pineapples over here, but thanks for telling us about your funky stank. Also Armani tonight, and coconut. Are you okay? Like seriously, are you good, bro? Cheers. In the kitchen. I can do it much better. it is then. Cheers. I have something funny to share. I have some funny things to share with you. I have a little agenda for tonight. I think we might do some drawing. Maybe some true crime and drawing, or water documentaries and drawing. Something. You know, I like my sunken ship stories. I heard that. Don't laugh at me. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was like somebody thought it was cute and was giggling. That's fine. It's a divine masculine energy. It's actually pretty cute to hear. Don't laugh at me. Cheers. I think I need to go do some yoga. I have some music. But then I have a few things that popped up, and some of them made me laugh so hard I was wheezing. So I saved them, thinking maybe some of you needed a giggle. Welcome in advance. Hold on to your butts. No! We're the nerd herd! Rusty says, the nerd herd, Randolph the Red. Randolph the Red, thou shalt not pass. The nerd herd will rule the world. That's right. Weirdo Brigade. Ah! Back in my ways, I have not. Is this vagina? Where's Dan? Bandana, where art thou? Everybody send love. Woo! Big ups, thank you. Regina gave you a formal address? A fat joint. I love you guys. You want to see mansions? I know, there was another one. I forget who it was right now. Please forgive me. If you're in here, let me know. But someone else said that they also shared the same birthday as us. But yeah. So there would really be 4 people. But you, Dan, and I make 3. The 3 Musketeers, 3 amigos. How funny is that? I like this one. The angels told me to change the station. It was a good pick. Thank you for that. You know our crests, right? Which basically, mostly, sort of, almost, pretty much state the same thing. Mine being the memory of the just is eternal, and yours being, what was the exact one? Please forgive me. do right. What was it? Something about like morality and honesty. Paint over here. Hold on. Still not done, but let's clean it up over here. Paint. Fear nothing. Do right, fear nothing. That's right. Thank you. One love. Somebody's angry. Hold on, let me process this for a second. Clear that out, thank you. Well, if you're here, then welcome. And if you're busy, that's okay. We'll hold some space for you. Gotcha. Gosh, that must be difficult to perceive. No, Chill's been absent for like a month and a half-ish. And basically he said he was going home, like wherever home base was for him, off of the trail. You know, he was hiking for a while, if I recall. And he either was on his way home, I think he got home actually, and I haven't seen him since. I did check the block list, I didn't see him in there, so he's either busy or he shifted wherever. If people can't or don't want to be here, I don't judge. You know, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I'm an acquired taste, so I don't judge people or pressure. You never know what people have going on. And again, even if it's that he's preferring to be elsewhere, that's perfectly fine. He knows he's going to do what he needs to do, and you know, if that's someone else, I respect that. Was I crumbling, Buzz? No. Now I am. Yeah, I hope he's good too. That's what I was thinking. You know, I don't want to assume he's just busy. Maybe he doesn't want to be here, and that's okay. But I don't claim to assume. I just know that he said here, I believe he was going, like he had made it home. And I don't know what that meant, whether that mean he was going to be working or I don't know. Maybe he processed some things on his journey and realized, I don't know, that he wants to place his time and space and energy elsewhere. That's fine. I'm not judging. I just hope he's good. That's all. But I'm pretty sure he said he made it home. So that's good. That's really all I was concerned about as far as safety goes. So it's fine. But to answer your question. Love you, Jalen. Prayers, blessings, that's all. I'm hearing to switch the station. Thank you. Skip 3. 3. Not to be rude, but I don't like you or care. Is that rude? Did me saying, hey, not to be rude before saying a rude thing take away the fact that it was still rude? No, don't do that shit. Don't be dumb. Fuck up. I hope she left her ass. Not to be rude, but you don't belong here. Like, no offense, I'm going to insult you, but I'm saying no offense. So maybe you don't get mad at me for it. What the fuck? I'm going to say no offense before saying something offensive so I can deny accountability for the offense that I'm about to speak. Shut up. Stop that shit. How old are you? Cheers. I heard that. Somebody just said, I fucking hate her. You know. The tiniest violin for you. Here, how about canceled out? How's this for canceled out for you? Toodles. In the teapot you go. Get out of my kitchen. Nope. Nope. Can't do it. Need my EDM after that. Fucking asshole. Divine masculine laughing in my ear. Good laugh. Thank you for the good vibes. Thank you. Happy Mother's Day. One day you will be reborn as an egg in a frying pan. Serendipity, that was. That was one of the funniest things I've seen. One day you will. What was he being a jerk? Oh, yeah. I see. Maximilian said drugs have fried her brain cells. And Serendipity said, one day you will be reborn as an egg in a frying pan. Impeccable clapback, babe. I have tears in my eyeballs. Come on, you got me with that one. So funny in the chat. I've never heard that one either. We have some one-liners tonight, guys. Raha. I guess the day off served us all well, eh? Inspiration. Cheers. Oh. Thank you for letting me know about the aquarium. Also, wow, let's do some Reiki to clear that out if we can. Thank you, God. I heard God says you can. Thank you, God. Thank you. Excuse me. 9:59 on the clock here on the East Coast. Pack another bowl if you need to, guys. I'm gonna finish this one and join you. Let me. This popped up and had me laughing so hard I was wheezing earlier. And so I stopped watching it and saved it, but here.
Yeah, dude, I said I wanted a mullet, and this is what the barber gave me. Walking, wanting a mullet, come out ruling it.
Okay. He said, I went in asking for a mullet, and this is what the barber gave me. Play. Play.
Yeah, dude, I said I wanted a mullet, and this is what the barber gave me. Walking, wanting a mullet, come out ruling a kingdom. Did you specify which city?
Stop that. And so they're not wrong. It does look like Lord Farquaad. Look at the bangs. The micro bangs. No. I think that's a bad trend. I also think that's something that people will look back on one day and be like, why did we do that to our foreheads? I also think that mullets are one of the things that should have stayed in the past. And frankly, when I was in cosmetology school 20 years ago, almost 15 years ago, however long it was, when my cosmetologist teacher told me, yeah, every like 20 years, old fashioned eras cycle back around. So you give it like, I don't know, 10 or 20 years, she said, mullets are going to come back around. I'm like, no. She's like, yeah, they will. I'm like, please no. I hope you're wrong. No, she was right. You do you, boo, but not my cup. Lord Farquaad. And so the comments section, this is what the comments said. Walk in wanting a mullet, come out ruling a kingdom. Did you specify which century? Did you specify which century you wanted the mullet to come from? She thought you said a bowl cut mullet. Maybe they didn't hear ye correctly. Hear ye. Maybe they didn't hear ye correctly. What does your barber do for a living? Was your stylist from far, far away? Did you get your hair cut on Drury Lane? All the Shrek references. And I was on the floor laughing. He gave you the 1-2 buckle my shoe. He gave you the 1-2 buckle my shoe special. The barber said, "It will please the crown." Looks sick, my lord. 'Tis fire, my liege. I think it looks dashing, he said. An emoji. I think it looks dashing. Howling. I was howling. Sir, you dropped this. A loop. Sorry, you dropped it. We prance at dawn. Business in the front, Renaissance in the back. Tomfoolery in the front, knavery in the back. Of sober countenance in front, yet wild mirth doth flourish behind, good sir. This be neither business nor party, but a grievous betrayal betwixt the two. That's not a mullet. That's a Hamlet. I think it's called Ye Old Mullet. The Farquellet. Lord Farquellet. The Farquellet. That's a berries and cream. That one got me too. You know what it's talking about? Berries and cream. Berries and cream. Skittles. Hold on. Starburst, rather.
You tried these new berries and cream Starburst? Pardon me. What kind of Starburst did you just say? Berries. Berries? Berries and what else? And cream. Oh! Oh! Berries and cream. Berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. Berries and cream. Berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream.
I mean, they're not wrong. Like a redheaded berries and cream. Oh, God. That's a berries and cream, she said. How many shillings did you pay for this cut? The bangs are a little short, but other than that, I hate it. It doesn't look that bad. It looks worse. That is peak Farquaad. Yeah, I'm telling you. It's like a bob with micro bangs. Not the look. This is peak Farquaad, my guy. Homie looking like the Jack of Hearts. That's little Debbie's cousin, medium Daryl. That's Little Debbie's cousin, Medium Daryl. I made haste to the comments, my liege. And if you've ever seen, what was it called? The like little girl who plays the chess matches. You're late for a chess match. That's fair. Oh, the Queen's Gambit, I think it was, which actually was a very good series. So, all jokes aside, go to a Renaissance fair immediately. Next time, show thine barber reference painting. There's a girl with some shoes that would be fire with this hair. Wait, what? There's a girl on here with some shoes that would be fire with this haircut. Well, what is that? I don't get that one. Do you know the Muffin Man? Someone asked. It's going to be okay, Hansel. Oh, like in Hansel and Gretel. No, they're just repeating the comments, but those were hilarious. You do you. But the people that I've seen with microbangs, I don't find that they needed them. It's just not a medium Daryl, that's right, trend that it's not a preference, not fan preference as a stylist. Nope. The Cheers bowl, that's right. My lordship. Hilarious. My bangs need to be recut. They're down to here now. Not really bangs anymore. But I'll do it. Let's do some Reiki. I want my music back. I hear this song. You and I will be crossing following you into the dark. The blinding light, the tunnels to gates of white. Just our hands clasped so tight, waiting for the hint of a spark. If heaven and hell decide, they both are satisfied. Illuminate the notes on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul's in the bars, then I'll follow you into the dark. In Catholic school, as vicious as Roman rule, I got my knuckles beat Your eyeballs checked.
by a lady in black. I held my tongue as she told me, son, fear is the heart of love. So I never went back. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the nose on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, then I'll follow you into the dark. You and me have seen everything to see, from Bangkok to Calgary. The soles of our shoes all worn down. The time for sleep is now. There's nothing to cry about, 'cause we'll hold each other soon. The blackest of blue. Can you just stop that? If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the nose on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, I'll follow you into the dark. I'll follow you into the dark. He's angry. I'm so angry. It's very hateful. I hate her. Shh, relax. Just relax. They're sweating. She's going to get away with everything we did to her. Yeah, they know they have consequences to their actions. Well, most of them are for you. You shouldn't have been nasty to people. Also, they don't understand why I'm so happy, I guess. We tried to fuck up her life. Yeah, also, some of them have been stalking my house instead of minding their own business and their lives and wives and kids, stalking me at mine. Crazy. Today. Because they're miserable and they wonder why I'm not. Excuse me. Will I hear this? I don't know this one though. It's Calio. Calio. I like this one.
What makes you feel good? What makes you angry inside? Why don't you love me? How do you wanna fuck me or fight? You never asked me if I had something to hide. You wanna hurt me. I'm gonna easy tonight. You got to stay still. You got to stay real. You got to stay ugly smile. I see your name's
I'm not doing interpretive dance. I'm doing energy therapy. Yeah, I would be doing this if I wasn't off screen. I'm just hanging out. Why are you trying to be a buzzkill? What do you mean? What's wrong with you? Get out of my kitchen. Wouldn't share a drink with you if I was an Irishman either.
Go on, cut yourself clean.
You're sensitive. Excuse you. You're insensitive. Don't come into my house and try to pick an issue and then say, oh, geez, you're so sensitive. You tried to come in here and be a dick. Don't be mad that I call you out for it. Get out. Just telling you like it is.
You think you're better than me? Oh, surrender. Under the suicide. You got to squeeze it. You got to stay with it. They're gonna burn you all up. They're gonna burn you all out.
What is this song? I like it. Break my baby.
We'll turn back. You know I've got your back. Would you ever do that for me? Billy boys used it. You know you can't deny. Leave us empty-handed, 'cause you know you don't deserve that from you. You know she loves to fight. I wanna break my bring you out. If only words how much you sound. You've come too far, we both agree. Just give the people what they need.
I woke up this morning from a dream. I was hearing this. I had to Google it. I didn't know who it was by. You okay, kitty? Go check on my baby.
Waiting, staying strong, come and fall into me. You say you've turned it off, hid your heart up on the shelf, scared of what it might cost. Take it down for someone else.
Was it you who said that your birthday was... Who was it? Somebody else said they had the same birthday as me and Bandana. Was it you? Yeah, that was you. There we are. Damien, are you still here? Be like that. Also says their birthday's the 27th. So it's you, Damien, Bandana, Dan, and I. It's hilarious.
Loving him, you lost too much of your
When's your... You don't have to tell us, but when's your birth year? Or like, how old are you? Dan is a little older than Damien and I. But Damien and I have the same birth year too. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, Damien. 1990. Not quite. You are a little bit older. 2 years older than us. Younger than Dan, I think, though. I think Dan's a little older than that. So smart and funny he is. Yeah. That's wild, man. Soul buddies, that's right. D-Day. I know. We love that. Ooh. I didn't mean to do that. I guess we're doing that now. Well done. Let's go to Bishop. I hear Triumph. My ears clairaudiently by Bishop. Was it this one? No, it was Triumph. The songs, these ones sound a little bit similar though. There's one beat in there. Thank you. August, it depends on where August you are. You could be a Leo possibly, but it would depend on the placement. You used to, I don't waste time thinking the way that you do. I still get by any way that I want to. I still get mine when I'm not hiding the truth. I'm a brother, stealing what you want to, brother. Thinking the world was made for you. I could be nice and just fall into line, but you won't give me the time. God forbid. You were just talking about the Trojan War? Up to the throne, speaking of. Tell me about it. Do you know that that was my high school mascot, the Trojans? Just fall in the line, you give me the time. God forbid, God forbid. Yeah, I'm not paying any mind to that. What did you, shut the fuck up, Taco. Nobody cares about your troll opinion. I very much appreciate that, Death. Sending lots of love, and that's lovely. However, I don't give a fuck. You know, a couple of years ago, someone complimented my beauty, and also, more specifically, Taco fell on the toilet tomorrow. Ew, but that was hilarious. You are funny, Serendipity. We love that. Troy was built a total of 9 times. Trojans. Yeah, well, the Trojans were the high school mascot, and they have a basketball team and other stuff, but it was the... Do you call yourself Taco so you feel wanted by me? Only on Tuesdays. One of the things specifically that someone pointed out and was complimenting was they liked what they said was how animated my features were, but I don't, I'm just being. I'm just existing. I'm moving my body in a fluid manner and allowing sound to flow properly through, especially with injuries, which is why you see me keep like moving my shoulder and stuff around. So, right, don't be happy, it's cringe. There it is. But it looks forced when you're singing, when you speak now. Yes, because I'm standing here rigid and tense because you're being a fucking asshole. That's my point. You want me to stand here and just like a statue and sing? No, bitch. Get the fuck out of my house. When you were singing, I was overacting. No, I was moving and flowing. Now I'm tense and rigid and standing still because I don't fucking like you. Get out. If you were here, I might slap you across the face. See ya. I'm gonna kill my buzz, bitch. God forbid. I'm not faking shit. There's no acting here. Get your ass in the teapot. He's gone. He's already in the teapot. Thank you. We like this one, don't we, Damien? Can you say you like this one? You know what? This was Mr. Meeker's favorite, actually. One of his favorites. He loved this song. He used a lot. Good taste. Are you trying to summon me? This is how I show my love. Bring it on my baby. Thanks, Russell. That's so cute. Hi, Katie. How are you? Hi.
All this momentary color, stretching your soul, babe. Okay, when the problem for yourself, you got love. I will make it work.
That's why I'm gonna make it lower. Tremble, since you'll be able to break it. I will make it lower.
Yeah, let's smoke, guys.
You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me.
gaslighting for me, dude. They're trying to stir the pot and then play the victim. Don't play the victim. I mean, like, what was that also? Puff Queen. You have, I checked your profile. Black lady with dreadlocks and one video that's of some kind of gamer stream. Is this lady okay? What? Because I'm putting on face paint, listening to music. You said Puff Queen, right? You say smoke, obviously, so it's not the smoke that's the problem. What is it? What is the problem? Is it the face paint? Because, bitch, that's racist. Other than that, it can't be the weed because your name is Puff. And what, do you have a problem with music? I don't think it was the music. I think it was the face paint. And, bitch, that's racist. Fuck off. I just noticed. Yeah, I saw it. I saw she was causing problems with some of you, and it seemed like gaslighting to me, so I went back. Yeah, I saw it. Clocked that. Rock on. You guys rock. Don't tolerate that. She tried to gaslight you. She's not important, but I saw she tried to do that. And then tried to say that you were attacking her. I'm like, no, she came in here saying nasty. That was how she introduced herself, trying to insult me. Like, I don't want to be here if I'm going to be attacked by the people in the stream and the streamer themselves. And, like, you came in here trying to harass me. People clocked you on it, and now you want to play the victim? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Seals and right. I was putting seals and protection rooms. That's exactly what it was. There's a reason I also put it where I put it. I'm not doubling the runes for no reason.
It's for a purpose. The light in our spirits irritated the shadows and the demons in the shadows. Good love, though. Ooh, I like this song. Good timing. I said the queen deal with her army. That's right. I said the queen, you get the sword. What do you mean? I feel strong. Shook my soul. Now I lay you down to sleep. You rest in peace. You can't hang your chains on me when you're 16. You're sleeping, and now the show's no longer beating. Lord, you're dead to me. Rest in peace. In the pouring rain, call my name. One day I'm dancing on your boat. They came into a stream of the spiritually inclined. Fuck around and find out. That's right. Love you guys. Rock on. I heard skip too. Oh, somebody's hurt in their feelings. Not one of my people here, but troll. Fafo. They fafoed. Good call. Alright, you shouldn't have done that. I'm not going to try that again. Yeah, it would be ill-advised. Hellfire and holy water. Which flavor are you going to pick?
Somebody save
Me from myself. Yeah, now they're feeling, oh, boo-hoo. Because I'm over here like this. That was so funny, the back-to-back. Okay, that's sad. Somebody save me. Save me from myself. Because they go and they pick fights with people and then realize in retrospect it was a bad idea. And I'm over here like, take the world today. You're so good to me, I know but I can't change. Tried to tell you, but you look at me like maybe I'm an angel underneath. You're so sweet, sweet. Yesterday I cried. Must have been relief to see the softer side. I can understand how you'd be so confused. I'm in you. Little. All rolled into one. I'm a child, I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed. I'm your angel, I'm your dream. I'm nothing in between. No, you wouldn't want me any other way. So take me as I am. Maybe you'll have to be a stronger man. Cause sure that when I start to make it nervous and I'm going too extreme, tomorrow will change. And today won't mean a thing. I'm a child, I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. I'm your hell, I'm your dream. But nothing in between. No, you wouldn't want me any other way. changing. I think it's cool. You know what you do when you don't try to change me. I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed. Your head in your dream. I'm nothing in between. You know you want me any other way. I'm not teasing, my God is on my knees. When you're burdened, when you suffer, angel on your cover, I'm in love, I'm revived. Can't say I'm not mine. I'm the only one in any other way. Thank you. No, I fully understand that. A lot of Christians don't like me because I'm spiritual, but the people who are in black magic cults don't like me because I don't do that. I don't choose malice towards people. Now I will put some people in their place if they try to come at me sideways. But that's a different story. They're going out of their way to bother people who aren't bothering them and not minding their business to cause malice. We're not the same. Is this velvet? Yes. Goodbye. Let's go to. I know. The amigos. They're mad that you won't put your own light out. That's right. Oh, I did hear this song, didn't I? Told you. In my ear holes. This is Pandora. Do you know what I've been through? Also, subsequently, I didn't believe in God a long time ago. But it's because I dealt with toxic people. In fact, a lot of the same people who have been targeting my child and I are not protecting us, at least. Both, in some cases. They are like they claim to be superior because they claim to be these very church-like people, but they're the people causing problems. It's not very church-like or Jesus-like of them to do what they've been doing. But they claim that because of that, and maybe they think they have more money than some people, or whatever the case may be, that they're superior, that they can just do whatever they want to people. And that's not the case. When you have corrupt people like that claiming godliness and claiming that they're the epitome of what a godly life looks like, and they've got all these ties to the church and stuff like that. First of all, it's not. There's no God in what they're doing or where they are, period. But second of all, it gives a bad example of God. Like they're bad. They're trying to be mascots of God, but they're terrible at it. They scare people away from God instead because nobody wants to be around them or people like them. And if that's what God is or who God's connected to, then who the fuck wants to be around that or people like them? Not me. And not a lot of people. And I know that. But let me tell you, as somebody who knows God personally, those people don't. They're confused. They're confused. They run people off because they're not examples of godliness. They're not God people. They claim it, but they're not. People who really know God see that and still love and connect with God regardless. But there is a bridge point in the middle where yeah, sometimes people shut God out altogether just because of terrible human experiences from people claiming God or godliness, and they just weren't. But don't confuse those, because then you really shut yourself out from a positive energy source that's available to you. Just food for thought. Don't let assholes turn you away from blessings, that's all. Yeah. The reality is, though, their behavior is the same as the people in the Bible that they're thumping that strung Jesus up on the cross or threw stones at him and then had the audacity to cry once he was dead, as if they realized they made some kind of mistake. In fact, Judas, who sold him out for 30 pieces of silver, tried to go and give the silver back. Like, he tried to, after he did it, he realized that he shouldn't have done that, and he tried to undo the exchange. But the people who gave him the 30 pieces of silver, they already had what they wanted, so they didn't care to undo the swap. And so Judas went on the land that he had bought with the silver that he had earned by betraying Jesus, the blood money at that, and he hung himself in the tree on the land. So that's why people say, oh, Judas hangs himself. Judas always hangs himself. The betrayer always gets got in the end. I can taste
Started in a hard-hit place. The more I push, the more I gain. Do you know what I've been through? I felt forsaken with all this truth. Do you know what I've been through? What I've been through, what I've been through. Oh, I can taste your love. What the heart of mine. I'm still enjoying. To us. Cheers. Really, realistically, no. Yes, but no. Study the Bible, no. But a lot of the times God would start talking to me in bits and pieces of stuff, scripture stuff I wouldn't understand, but I would look it up, and based on what I was hearing clairaudiently, and there would be like a full out religious scripture, or I would get numbers like what are they called, the numbers in the Bible. You know, you look up the pages by the numbers. I don't even know what they're called. So yes, but no. Socratic method of teaching. When God had a straight message for me, I would follow it and look it up. And sometimes also I do this thing. Ugh. This was my Nana Rose's. Let's do this page. Actually, hold on. Pure Heart, Holy Life, Friday. If our hearts are pure, the rest of our lives will be pure also. The world is filled with troubled people. People with so much hurt, turmoil, and sin beneath the thin veneer of their lives that they spread chaos and pain wherever they go. We've seen it. We've seen it tonight.
The Lord, she knows that the Lord, a good man or woman, knows that the Lord searches every heart and understands every motive behind the thought. It's talking about having trust in the divine, like doing the work, putting in this, whatever it is that your skills and crafts are, but also leaning on the divine through the process, or letting the divine work with you. Gifts for building the temple. There's support coming through as well. It's for greater purpose, to expand, and also I feel like help people. Hold on. You must be on your guard. You will be handed over to the local councils and flogged in the synagogues on account of me. You will stand before the governors and kings as witnesses. It's Jesus knowing that he was going to be sold out before he was. Just like I knew that the dirty cops here were trying to set me up again, to retaliate against me for not tolerating the bullying, not being quiet about the abuse, speaking up on it, trying to get out of the abuse, trying to get help for myself and my daughter. They wanted to silence me. Humiliation tactic, rituals, and sacrifice attempts, and also really just trying to dodge penalty for themselves. Legal penalty, humiliation. People, everybody's going to know they're bad people. No. Some of them, even the retired ones, some of them now are facing, or will, if not now, then they will be facing their pension losses, because if it comes out that a cop was dirty on the job, even after he's retired, his pension can be stripped away from him, meaning his whole retirement plan gone, because crimes that he committed while he was working are uncovered. Doesn't matter that he's not working anymore, they can backtrack it. So I'm a threat to all of them. I'm not suicidal, but I have had people after me. That has nothing to do with the Bible. Yes, it does. Considering this town used to be named Eden, first and foremost, and it's full of people who are demonic or demonically possessed, some of them in cults and covens, including some of the cops, unfortunately, Freemasonic cops. Stay strapped. I heard that. Carmen says, I hate her. She's right about everything.
She comes from silver.
I'm an ominist. I understand the biblical stuff, but I'm an ominist.
I come from blue collar.
Meaning that I see a lot of same points of truth in many different religions. It's the Tower of Babel, basically. I don't have that problem. A noon bar, good God.
Gold dollar out here where concrete meets older dirt. And I don't know what happened, but it sure don't add on paper. But when I close my eyes late at night, you can bet I thank my maker.
Sleep too.
I was lost, didn't know myself. So I can't sing. I better know your tune.
And it cute triangle. Medium Daryl. Little Debbie and Medium Daryl. Very supreme. This is Mary and Hill. I don't know. Little Debbie, Medium Daryl, and Big Mo. Oh, my bullshit detector's fire. Indigo, child, first and foremost. Secondarily, sometimes I straight up will get hives when people are bullshit. I physically allergic to assholes. It's not a joke. I used to joke about it, like, oh, achoo, I'm allergic to your bullshit. No, now it's legit. If I suddenly start to get hives, I know where the fuck that came from. I'll hit it with some Reiki, clear it out, call whatever prayers or 1111, clear the spell work or whatever it is that I'm picking up, and immediately, like within 30 seconds, they go away. Under 2 minutes, they're gone. I never said I was Christian. I said I was ominous. I guess I technically also am, but highest divine. I mean, like, even in Hindu culture, there are the three main goddesses, and which is the most ancient, by the way. The three main goddesses and the three main gods. Even in Celtic religion, there is the triple goddess, which is a reference of, basically, it's the same thing: the body, mind, the spirit. Thanks, Billy. But then, even though there are three separate gods and three separate goddesses in Hinduism, it's a representation of the masculine and feminine poles, which is like Adam and Eve, yeah. But they're not separate. That masculine and feminine polarities work together. Here we go into Asian culture, like the yin and the yang. They balance each other. And when you put two halves of the same whole together, it creates a whole. That's that divine point. On the there are a few cards actually in the tarot where you will see like the man and the woman, the masculine and the feminine, and then God or an angel above them. And it's that point, that triangle point to God, bridging the two of them on the earth plane. Ebb and flow, harmony. That's right. But most people here's where the Tower of Babel story comes in. Most people are too busy arguing whose religion is right and whose they're just too busy both thinking that they're right and arguing so ferociously the points that they don't take the time to listen to the fact that they're arguing the same thing, just basically in a different language, maybe at a different timeline, but the morals and the stories and the points are typically the same. And really within every culture also there is darkness and there is light. So that's ominism in a nutshell. I don't have the Tower of Babel problem. Now, what the Tower of Babel was like we talked about earlier, these fake people who were trying to in the story, they were building a big giant tower to get to all the way up to God. They wanted to build it as tall as they could to get it all the way up to God. Cain and Abel, that's right, hold on. And so kind of like a modern parallel, you've got these fake church people who are all into it's all for show. They're not really actually decent people, a lot of them, but they claim to be superior. We've got all these ties in the church and we've got all this money, and so I just heard hoity-toity. Well, I digress. People claiming they have the resources to be the closest to God, to build the tower to God, but God said, no, 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 no. Smite. And it crumbled. Not only that, but suddenly God made it so none of these people could speak the same language anymore. So they couldn't communicate on how to fix the problems or build a tower or anything like that. And so that is like the language barrier. They're just arguing. Catholics, for example, here's one. Thank you. Catholics will tell you that karma doesn't exist. Yeah. But they borrowed the concept of karma or from Sanskrit and from Hinduism. Let me explain the etymology a little bit. Catholics are a Latin-based religion, right? Right. The answer is yes. Rhetorical question. Catholics are of Latin origin, but Latin came later than Sanskrit. The word karma is a Sanskrit word. It's in Hinduism. So Hinduism came first, Sanskrit came first, then later down the line, Latin was invented, or Latin, the Latin language was created. And in the Catholic religion, they call God divine providence. Basically, it basically means you reap what you sow. Like if you're decent, God will bless you. There might still be lessons and challenges and things like that to get through in life, but if you're decent, God will bless you. If you're not, well, you'll catch the spiritual fade. You'll catch hell for it. Sky Daddy, thyself. And that's what the term divine providence means. It means God has true reign and final say over everything. Also kind of embodies divine intervention a bit, but nonetheless. In Sanskrit, which, mind you, remember is older, much older, you've got the word karma, which is the blessing part. If you're decent, God will bless you. The universe will bless you. If you're not, you'll catch a spiritual fade. You'll reap what you sow. In other words, it's the other half, the flip side of the coin of divine providence. It means the same thing. It's just in two separate languages. So in other words, Catholics in Latin borrowed the concept and the terminology from Sanskrit, changed the language, and then tried to whitewash out, cast out its Sanskrit origin from the Hindus. Claimed that karma doesn't exist when divine providence means karma, or at least karma is half of divine providence. Dharma is the other half of it. Because in Sanskrit, I don't know if I said karma was the blessing, but karma is the lesson point, rather. Dharma is the blessing. So, karma doesn't exist. Yes, it does. It means divine providence in Latin. It's just not complete without dharma as a definitive whole. That's all. It means the same thing, though. Another argument is they don't believe in past lives, but they believe Jesus keeps coming back, so. You said Cain and Abel. It reminded me, I heard this song. Clara didn't like. No, I don't want that one. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Right. That's basically karma and dharma. The karma and dharma of physics. That's right. Quantum karma. And dharma.
Bird walking in the blues like your daddy. Storm search, trying to find a light in the shadow of that land. He goes again from the outside looking in. Yeah, I met a better living boy who was born dying. But the devil ain't giving me up. He's got a lot of chips at the table. Knows how to draw it when he could. Bring out the kid in my head. I'm choking, but I'm brave. Arms broke, but it's still made. These flames are witness, so don't count me out. As long as I'm still made. Temptation has been raging, dragging my knees on a hardwood floor. Been praying salvation. Need a man, this tug of war. Here I go again. Trade free for sin. And up by that outlet on my sleep. Devil ain't giving me up. He's got a lot of chips at the table. Knows how to draw a deep cut. Bring out the king of my head. I'm joking, but I'm free. Heart's broke, but it's still made. These veins are witnesses, so don't count me out. As long as I'm still free.
But Jesus is just a divine masculine energy. It's divine masculine embodiment. A divine masculine embodiment. In this case. Because Osiris came before Jesus. Hello. Real love is better than weed. Yeah, but good weed's good with your real love too.
Got a lot of chips at the table. He knows who to draw a deep cut. And bring out the king of my evil. I'm choking, but I'm free. But it's still me. These veins are weak, so don't count me out. As long as I'm still me. As long as I'm still me.
Seminole over here. Woo! Native pride. I got you. Nope. Sometimes a good cry is good. One of the things I loved about Mr. Meeker was, like, he was strong, of course. He was very protective of me and nurturing, but also he was very soft and very sensitive. It's part of why we had such spiritual connection from an empath and telepathic perspective. On that note, he's my best friend. for a long time. But like if I was sad or I was hurt, he are you Wi-Fi civilian connection? Sometimes he would cry. He was just sensitive. He also knew how strong I was, so like if I was hurt, I was like something was wrong. If I wasn't feeling well, something was wrong. Because otherwise, I was just gonna tough it out most of the time. Not really out of anything but habit and lack of choice, but nonetheless. And he realized that even my pain tolerance. I went to a medical appointment one day, and I put like a 4 or 5 down on the pain scale. But this person who I was with, who brought me there, knew first of all how high my pain tolerance was, and I didn't even think I realized at that point like how high it was. But they knew all of the symptoms and like how much I was hurting. They'd seen it, and they were like, "Yeah, we need to get you to the doctors." So I went, and they said, "No, no, 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 no. You're saying this is like a 4 or a 5, but you've been dealing with A, B, and C symptoms. That's like an 8 or a 9." I'm like, "Really?" Because I was just like chronic pain, but like muddling through it regardless, because I didn't have a choice. And they were like, "Yeah, this would have fully debilitated somebody else." Like you might think it might be a 4 or a 5 for you. But if this were like an average person with an average, if you weren't who you were, you would be probably marking down a 9 or 10 on the pain scale. So at least put like an 8, so you understand what you've been dealing with. I don't have to worry about me trying to go in and get pain meds. It's quite the opposite. Yeah, you're welcome, dude. I mean, like, I know it's a problem. I'm not doing that. I know other people aren't doing that. And for people who really struggle, and especially people who have a high tolerance, high pain tolerance, like if we're asking for help, we need help, because we probably won't ask for help unless it's like really bad, even if we maybe should sooner. So if it gets to the point where we're asking for help, we need to fucking listen, because it's like we're at the end of the rope at that point. We've toughed it out for a long time, to the point where it just wasn't viable and it wasn't functional. It wasn't doable anymore. You get somebody with such an extreme pain threshold to admit they're actually in pain. Something's fucked up.
Just a trigger warning, baby. You ain't ready for the joke. You know nothing about this.
You gotta listen. I have babies without drugs on purpose. My daughter was born in a hot tub, though. Like it was a labor tub, but it was built like a hot tub. A mermaid. I heard that somebody says how she would calm very calm. It's good. The only thing that was an issue is that I hemorrhaged. So I ended up having to stay in the hospital for a couple extra days because I lost too much blood. But other than that, everything was good. Like I planned it. Just forget about the time. Just raise up the child. Give me guidance, give me love, give me strength from up above, give me courage and protection in the midst of my love. Like a famous time the boys go just for the young and see that feel like they ain't been enough. Had a rough situation tough, but the spirit shining through grand and knew the world needed more than you. Cause the future looking brighter, but sacred as the My hair's shiny. I was just hearing this though. For so long I have waited, so long that I almost became just a story, statue fit for an army. I don't wanna get ignored, but I finally think I can say the vicious cycle is over. The moment you smiled at me, and just like that, you kissed the dust. Thank you. You're so welcome. Touch me again. Shadows dissolving. What you saw. the light. Although when I was in college, I did it myself. Actually, no, I started doing this before school, I think. But I still continued to do it while I was in school. I would section it and pull the top half up and then leave the bottom half down, bleach it, and then color it black light reactive neon, like fluorescent pink. I have some pictures of it actually. See if I can find them. One of the things I was just pulling up was I was hearing, I heard it earlier today too, the Wolf song by Have. Maybe I'm the Wolf. It was towards the karmics though. They thought I was a sacrificial lamb. They thought they were pulling what? Reverse psychology on me? I was reversing their psychology. I was reversing their reverse psychology.
When I open my eyes to the future, I can hear you sing my name. Rain down on me. Ooh, rain down on me. Oh, rain down on me. Oh, rain down on me. Sweet dreams. I'm actually going to switch gears a little bit. Somebody's mad.
Are you mad? It's karmic. They're feeling like nothing, none of their tactics worked. Oh, angry, so angry. I see a card out of a deck, getting a vision of a card in a deck that I have, and it says "Big Mad Bitch." You're cranky. Ugh. Feel and see that. Get out. Your energy's trash. Well, it's bad. That's atrocious. I can tell why you don't like yourself very much. I can tell why I rub you the wrong way too. Welcome to the. I have to go all the way
Sharpening my teeth, doing my nails. Dancing around the kitchen, take my time. The feeling now on the road. Something in me feel alive. I'm sleeping, I'm sleeping. You think I'm not needing that? I'm sleeping, I'm sleeping. It's you I'm needing. Think you've got a limp, but baby, I'm the one. Sink my clothes into the night. Secrets strong through the sky. Listen to them and light seems to I'm breathing, I'm screaming. When you think that I'm not breathing, I'm singing, I'm screeching. It's you I'm needing. You think you got away, but baby, I'm the one. You think you got away, but baby, I'm the one. You think you got away. You think you got away.
I'm so angry. I just heard something about Gal Gadot. Gal Gadot. Gal Gadot. Somebody's angry. Why are you so mad?
Beachgoers on the coast of South Africa watched a massive 17th century ship glide silently across the water in full sail. The vessel appeared so close, they could see the ancient rigging and tattered canvas catching wind that wasn't blowing. Children pointed at the ghostly ship. Parents stood frozen, unable to explain what they were witnessing. Some grabbed cameras, but by the time they focused their lenses, the ship had begun to fade. Then, in seconds, it vanished completely. The witnesses weren't drunk,
Ow.
they weren't hallucinating, and they definitely weren't alone. For over 300 years, sailors, naval officers, and even royalty have reported seeing the same ghost ship, a Dutch merchant vessel with blood-red sails that appears before storms, bringing death to anyone who lays eyes on it. The ship always appears in the same waters, off the Cape of Good Hope at the southern tip of Africa, the most dangerous shipping lane in the world. The Flying Dutchman is the most documented ghost ship in maritime history. Hundreds of sightings, dozens of credible witnesses, multiple entries in official naval logbooks. But here's what most people don't know. The legend might actually be based on a real captain, a real ship, and a crime so horrific that it cursed an entire crew to sail the oceans forever. The story begins in 1650 in the port of Amsterdam during the Dutch Golden Age. The Netherlands was the richest nation in Europe, and the Dutch East India Company controlled the most profitable trade routes in the world. They shipped spices, silk, tea, and gold from the East Indies back to European markets. A single successful voyage could make a captain wealthy beyond imagination. These journeys were brutal. Ships would sail south along the African coast for months before attempting the most dangerous leg, the passage around the Cape of Good Hope at the southern tip of Africa. Sailors called it the Cape of Storms, the place where the Atlantic Ocean collides with the Indian Ocean in a fury of wind and waves. Massive swells towered 40 feet high during the storm season. Hurricane-force winds could reach 80 miles per hour, tearing sails to shreds and snapping masts like twigs. The Dutch East India Company lost dozens of ships in these waters every year. Thousands of sailors drowned, their bodies never recovered from the deep. Captain Hendrik van der Decken commanded one of these merchant vessels. Historical records suggest...
Is Dan still here? Are you still here, Bandana? Sending lots of love. Here you are. Are there trolls in the chat? I love you guys.
And commanded his own vessel by 25. Other captains called him reckless. His crew called him obsessed. But the company valued him because he made the journey faster than anyone else. In 1680, van der Decken's ship departed from Amsterdam, loaded with valuable cargo destined for Batavia, modern-day Jakarta.
You're good.
The voyage started normally until they reached the Cape Colony and prepared for the...
I noticed you were quiet, and I wanted to check in and make sure you're good. And then when I went back up to see if you were in the chat still, I saw somebody talking about a troll. I think it was a curry. But we're good. I just wanted to check on you guys.
Passage around the Cape of Good Hope. Van der Decken's first mate warned him that storm season was approaching. Other ships were delaying their passage. Van der Decken refused to wait. Every day of delay cost money. A storm rolled in from the Atlantic on April 4th. Dark clouds blocked out the sun. The winds hit 70 miles per hour within minutes. Waves towered 30 feet high, crashing over the deck. Vanderdecken's crew begged him to turn back. The first mate pleaded with him, pointing out that the rigging was failing and men would die if they continued. According to the legend, Vanderdecken pulled a pistol and threatened to shoot any man who questioned his orders. The most disturbing version says he screamed that he would round the Cape even if it took him until Judgment Day, even if God himself tried to stop him. The ship pushed forward into the storm. The masts cracked under the strain. Water poured over the railings, dragging sailors overboard before they could scream. But Vanderdecken wouldn't relent. He lashed himself to the wheel and steered directly into the mountainous waves. The ship's carpenter reported hearing Vanderdecken cursing God as the storm reached its peak, challenging the divine to strike him down, daring heaven and hell both to stop him from completing his voyage. Then the ship disappeared. Witnesses on shore claimed they saw the lanterns go dark around midnight. No wreckage was ever found. No survivors washed ashore. The Dutch East India Company listed the vessel as lost with all hands. 147 men gone without a trace. It wasn't. 3 months later, another Dutch merchant ship was rounding the Cape of Good Hope when the lookout spotted a vessel approaching from the south, sailing against the wind. At first, the crew thought it was another trader. Then they got close enough to see details that made their blood run cold. The ship was ancient, its design from decades earlier. The sails were torn and rotting, hanging in tattered strips that somehow still caught wind. The hull showed massive damage, as if it had been smashed against rocks repeatedly. And standing at the wheel was a figure in a captain's coat, his face locked in a grimace of fury and madness. The crew recognized the ship. It was Vanderdecken's vessel, the same one that had vanished in the storm 3 months earlier. They tried to signal, waving lanterns and shouting across the water. The ghost ship didn't respond. It sailed straight toward them, and the crew braced for impact. But the phantom vessel passed straight through their bow as if it were made of mist and moonlight. Sailors reported feeling a wave of cold air as the ghost ship phased through their hull. Then the apparition vanished into the fog, leaving the terrified crew to wonder whether they had imagined the entire encounter. Except they hadn't imagined it, because 2 weeks later, another ship reported the exact same sighting. Same location, same ghostly vessel, same spectral crew. And this time, something worse happened. The ship that saw the Flying Dutchman sank 3 days later in calm seas. No storm, no explanation. The vessel simply started taking on water and went down with half its crew. Word spread quickly through the maritime community, carried from port to port by sailors who swore on their lives that the stories were true. Other captains began reporting similar encounters, always near the Cape of Good Hope, always before a storm or disaster, and always with the same ghostly crew sailing a ship that shouldn't exist. The legend of the Flying Dutchman was born, and it terrified every sailor who worked the Cape Road. By the early 1700s, the story had evolved into a complex mythology. Sailors developed rules for what to do if you encountered the phantom ship. Never acknowledge the vessel, never wave or signal, above all, never accept anything from the ghostly crew. Because the Flying Dutchman would sometimes try to make contact, rowing longboats across the water to deliver letters and packages to other ships. These letters, according to the legend, were addressed to people who had been dead for decades. Messages written in languages that no living person recognized. If you accepted these cursed letters, you would be doomed, and your ship would sink within days. Or worse, you would be forced to join the phantom crew, sailing forever on the ghost ship without rest or release. The only escape was to refuse all contact and sail away as quickly as possible. The most famous sighting came in July of 1795, and it involved British royalty. The HMS Bacchante, a Royal Navy vessel, was sailing near the Cape of Good Hope as part of a training mission. Among the crew was Prince George of Wales, the future King George V of England, serving as a young midshipman to gain naval experience. It was 4 in the morning on July 11th when the watch officers spotted something impossible on the horizon. A ship was approaching from the southeast, glowing with an eerie red phosphorescent light that seemed to emanate from the vessel itself. But the phantom ship appeared to be fully rigged with sails set, moving at impossible speed despite there being almost no wind. As it drew closer, the crew of the Bacchante could make out details. An old Dutch design, decades out of date, tattered sails that shouldn't be able to catch any breeze, and a crew of shadowy figures moving about the deck in complete silence. The officer of the watch called for Prince George and the ship's captain. All three men watched as the ghost ship crossed directly in front of their bow, close enough that they should have been able to hail the crew. But when they tried to signal, the phantom ship gave no response. It simply sailed past, bathed in that unnatural red glow, and vanished into the darkness as if it had never existed. The ship's official log entry for July 11th, 1795 reads, "At 4 a.m., the Flying Dutchman crossed our bows. A strange red light as of a phantom ship all aglow, in the midst of which light the masts, spars, and sails of a brig 200 yards distant, stood out in strong relief as she came up on the port bow." This wasn't a rumor or a ghost story passed around in taverns. This was an official entry in a Royal Navy logbook, witnessed and signed by multiple officers and a future King of England. But the horror didn't end with the sighting. Hours later, at 10 in the morning, the sailor who had first spotted the Flying Dutchman fell from the foretop rigging. He plummeted 70 feet to the deck and died instantly from the impact. The crew was convinced that the ghost ship had marked him for death. Prince George himself later wrote about the incident in his personal diary, on describing the phantom vessel and the sailor's death as connected events. The experience haunted him for the rest of his life. Throughout the 1800s, sightings continued with disturbing regularity. In 1823, a British captain named George Barker reported seeing an ancient Dutch ship with tattered sails off the coast of South Africa. The vessel appeared to be on fire, glowing with an unnatural light that illuminated the entire deck. But no smoke rose from the ship, and the flames didn't spread. The apparition sailed parallel to Barker's ship for nearly 10 minutes before suddenly winking out of existence. In 1835, a whaling crew near the Cape claimed they watched the Dutchman sail directly into a cliff face and vanish. Yet multiple crew members testified they saw the ghost ship approaching the rocks at full speed. They shouted warnings, though they knew it was pointless. The phantom vessel struck the cliff and simply disappeared, leaving no wreckage, no debris, nothing to prove it had ever been there. The most credible mass sighting of that century happened in 1881. The crew of the HMS Inconstant, 11 sailors in total, all reported seeing the Flying Dutchman at the same time during the early morning watch. The ship appeared as a glowing phantom vessel, fully rigged with sails set, moving at impossible speed despite no wind. It crossed their path approximately 500 yards distant and disappeared into the night without a sound. The incident was documented in multiple independent testimonies, each describing the same detail. And same location, same appearance, same sudden vanishing. These were trained Royal Navy sailors whose careers depended on accurate observation and reporting. But the 1939 sighting in South Africa remains the most witnessed and most credible event in the legend's entire history. It happened on a clear, calm afternoon at Glencairn Beach, just south of Cape Town. The date was March 23rd. Over 60 people were enjoying a perfect beach day. Families with children building sandcastles, couples walking along the shore, local fishermen preparing their boats. The sky was cloudless, the sea was calm, and visibility was perfect. Around 2 in the afternoon, someone pointed out to sea and screamed. Every person on that beach turned to look at what appeared to be a massive square-rigged sailing ship from the 1600s, gliding across the water in full sail. The vessel wasn't on the horizon. It was close, maybe 400 yards from shore. Close enough that witnesses could see individual details with perfect clarity. They could see the wooden planks of the hull, weathered and rotting. They could see the rigging, hanging in torn strips. They could see what appeared to be crew members moving about the deck, though the figures seemed translucent, like shadows cast on smoke. The ship moved in complete silence. No sound of waves against the hull. No creaking of wood or flapping of sails. Just eerie, impossible silence as this ghost from the past sailed through modern waters. Multiple witnesses grabbed cameras. A professional photographer named J.K. Langley was on the beach and managed to focus his lens on the ship. But just as he pressed the shutter, the vessel began to fade. Not sail away, not disappear over the horizon. It faded like morning mist evaporating in sunlight. Within 30 seconds, it was gone completely. The Cape Argus newspaper sent reporters to interview the witness.
Oh no. Dan, you're getting famous. You had a troll that you didn't know who knew you in another stream. He literally said, "Oh no, it's you." That's hilarious. We're famous. Funny as fuck. Oh no, it's you. I remember you from MGem stream. That's iconic, dude.
The descriptions were remarkably consistent. An old Dutch merchant vessel, three-masted, square-rigged with tattered sails, moving against the wind with no visible means of propulsion, close enough to see clearly but making no sound, and then vanishing without explanation.
That's funny.
These weren't superstitious sailors telling ghost stories in a tavern.
You got a reputation.
These were ordinary people, many of them educated professionals, all describing the same impossible sight in broad daylight. Local maritime experts examined the reports and concluded that no ship matching that description could have been in those waters. There were no historical reenactment vessels in the area, no film productions, no reasonable explanation for what over 60 people had witnessed at the same time. So what's really happening? Is the Flying Dutchman an actual ghost ship, cursed to sail forever? Or is there a rational explanation that accounts for 3 centuries of consistent sightings? Scientists and skeptics have proposed several theories. The most popular is called a superior mirage, also known as a fata morgana. This optical phenomenon occurs when layers of air at different temperatures create a natural lens effect that bends light in strange ways. Cold air is denser than warm air. When a layer of cold air sits beneath warm air, light passing through bends at unusual angles. This can make objects below the horizon appear to float. It can make a ship 20 miles away appear close. The image can be stretched or compressed. And when temperature layers shift, the mirage vanishes. The Cape of Good Hope is perfect for this. The cold Benguela current from Antarctica meets warm air from Africa, creating constant temperature inversions. This could explain why sightings happen in the same location, why ships appear and disappear suddenly, and why modern vessels might look ancient when distorted. But this theory has problems. Fata Morganas project images from 10 to 20 miles away. Yet many Flying Dutchman sightings describe the ship within a few hundred feet. The HMS Bacante, estimated 200 yards, are close enough to see crew members. A mirage wouldn't produce that detail at that distance. Another explanation involves bioluminescence. Certain plankton glow when disturbed, creating patches of light on the ocean. In rare cases, these can outline underwater currents or sunken wrecks, creating the illusion of a glowing ship. But bioluminescence appears as diffuse light, not solid structures with rigging and sails. It doesn't explain daytime sightings. The most disturbing theory comes from maritime historians. The waters around the Cape of Good Hope contain over 3,000 documented wrecks, many from the Dutch Golden Age. Under rare conditions, strong currents can dislodge a wreck, causing it to surface briefly before sinking again. If the ship contains air pockets, it might float for minutes, just long enough for witnesses to see it. This would explain sudden appearances and disappearances, why the ship looks ancient and damaged, and why sightings cluster around the same area. But it raises a darker question. If people are seeing a real ship surfacing, they're looking at an actual tomb, a mass grave for sailors who died centuries ago, briefly rising from the ocean floor before sinking back into darkness. But here's what we know for certain. The Flying Dutchman legend didn't start as entertainment. It started as a warning carved from real tragedy. Dutch sailors believed this story because they understood the genuine horror of the Cape of Good Hope. Between 1600 and 1800, the Dutch East India Company lost over 400 ships around the Cape. That's an average of 2 ships per year for 2 centuries. Each vessel carried 100 to 150 crew. Over 60,000 sailors drowned in these waters. The ghost ship became a symbol of that constant loss, a reminder that the ocean takes everything eventually. Van der Decken's crime wasn't just arrogance, it was putting profit above human life. The company valued speed over safety. Captains who made faster voyages earned bonuses, even if it meant sailing into deadly storms. Van der Decken represented the worst of this system. A captain so obsessed with speed that he sailed into a storm rather than delay by a few days. His crew begged him to turn back, and he damned them all for the sake of cargo and profit. The curse was perfect justice. He wanted to complete his voyage no matter what. So he was condemned to sail forever, unable to complete it, unable to rest, and unable to escape the consequences. Over time, the story evolved. Richard Wagner's 1843 opera turned Van der Decken into a romantic figure searching for redemption through love. The Pirates of the Caribbean films transformed the Dutchman into a supernatural vessel ferrying souls between worlds. These versions are entertaining but miss the original horror. The real legend wasn't about redemption. It was about a captain who doomed his crew to eternal suffering. Sightings continue in the modern era. In 2011, a fishing crew off Cape Town reported seeing an old sailing ship appear in the fog for 3 minutes before dissolving. In 2016, a tourist captured distant footage that some claim shows the ghost ship, though skeptics argue it's a modern one. More intriguingly, in 2022, a research vessel detected what appeared to be a 17th century Dutch merchant ship 400 feet below the surface. When they returned 2 weeks later to investigate, the wreck had vanished. Skeptics will always find explanations. Mirages caused by temperature inversions, hallucinations triggered by isolation and stress, misidentified modern vessels seen in poor visibility, mass hysteria or shared delusion, surfacing shipwrecks or bioluminescent plankton.
It's so cute!
Maybe every single sighting over 300 years can be explained by science, psychology, and atmospheric phenomena. But that doesn't explain the consistency. Why do witnesses separated by decades and centuries describe exactly the same thing? Same location near the Cape of Good Hope. Same description of an old Dutch merchant vessel with torn sails. Same sudden appearance and disappearance. Same details about the spectral crew and the eerie silence. If these were random hallucinations or misidentifications, you would expect variation. Different ship designs, different locations, different behaviors. Instead, you get 300 years of remarkably consistent reports. It doesn't explain the credibility of the witnesses. These aren't just superstitious sailors telling stories in taverns. The Flying Dutchman was seen and documented by a future King of England, by Royal Navy officers whose careers depended on accurate reporting, by educated professionals and ordinary families on a beach in broad daylight, by fishing crews in calm weather with perfect visibility. These people had no reason to lie.
and everything to lose by reporting something so outlandish. It doesn't explain the deaths that followed the sightings. The sailor on the HMS Bacante, who fell to his death hours after spotting the ghost ship. The vessels that sank days after encountering the Phantom. The consistent pattern of tragedy following these encounters. Coincidence? Perhaps. But the pattern has held for centuries. The truth is, we don't know. We have theories, but no definitive proof of anything. Scientists can explain how mirages work, but can't prove that's what witnesses saw. Historians can document ship losses, but can't confirm that Vanderdecken's vessel is surfacing from the depths. Psychologists can describe mass hallucination, but can't explain how 60 people hallucinated the same ship in perfect daylight. And that's what makes the Flying Dutchman the most terrifying ghost ship in maritime history. Not because it's definitely supernatural, but because it exists in that uncomfortable space between the explainable and the impossible. Because it might be real. Somewhere off the coast of South Africa, in the waters near the Cape of Good Hope, something is out there. Maybe it's an optical illusion caused by temperature layers. Maybe it's a wreck surfacing from the deep. Or maybe, just maybe, Captain Hendrik Vanderdecken is still trying to round that cape, still refusing to turn back, still sailing through storms that should have killed him centuries ago. And if you ever find yourself near those waters, if you see an ancient ship with torn sails and glowing red light, do what sailors have done for 300 years. Look away, because some legends exist for a reason, and the Flying Dutchman doesn't forgive those who doubt.
Forgive him. He paid his bail and had him brought back to the ship to dry out. The Carol A. Deering raised anchor and left Bridgetown for Hampton Roads, Virginia, on January 9th, 1920. What happened to her over the next several days remains a mystery. By the morning of Friday, February 5th, the weather was clear enough that rescue crews were able to approach the mystery ship. The Coast Guard cutter Manning and a salvage tug called the Rescue soon arrived on the scene. As they drew near, they could finally read her nameplate, Carol A. Deering of Bath, Maine. The Coast Guard repeatedly called out to the derelict schooner, but they received no reply. With no signs of life on board, the Coast Guard gave the rescue's captain, James Carlson, the okay to board the vessel. Captain Carlson and 4 of his men boarded a small boat and motored over to the schooner's port side. They climbed a single rope and boarded the ship. The men marveled at the sight of the ghostly schooner. Waves washed over her decks and spilled into her holds. By this point, her hull was giving way to the unrelenting surf, and she seemed to roll in opposite directions, not long from breaking apart. Her keel was measured to be buried nearly 14 feet into the sea floor. It was clear that there would be no hope of salvaging the nearly brand new schooner. Captain Carlson and his men began searching the ship. The wind had shredded 2 of her topsails, but this likely happened while she was stranded on the shoals. Her 2 anchors and 1 of her anchor chains were missing. As the men moved aft, the mystery grew. They found that someone had been preparing a meal in the galley, with a pot of pea soup, a pan with slabs of spare ribs, and a pot of coffee on her stove. Stranger still, they found that her steering gear was ruined and her wheel was broken. The binnacle box was smashed in and shattered. The rudder was disengaged 15 feet from its stock. Nearby, a 9-pound sledgehammer was found. But Carlson wasn't sure if the hammer was used to destroy the ship's equipment or if someone was attempting a repair. He also wasn't sure if some of this damage occurred before or after the ship's grounding. Her 2 boats were missing. Both davits and falls were way out over her sides, and the boats had been cut from their falls. She had 2 red lights high in her rigging, a signal that meant the ship was in distress. Below her quarterdeck, Captain Wormel's cabin was in a state of disarray, with clothes strewn about and the bed unmade. It appeared that someone was using the spare room, meant for guests of the captain. In the chart room, 2 or 3 pairs of rubber boots that didn't seem to belong to the captain lay scattered about on the floor. His trunk and other personal belongings were all missing, as were the ship's navigational equipment, log, and other papers. The crew's personal effects were also gone. Captain Wormel's Bible was found, and Carlson had it sent back to his family. 3 cats, nearly starved to death, were also found and rescued from the ship. Captain Carlson, an experienced salvageman, had no idea what to make of the strange scene he found on board the Carol A. Deering. The mystery of what happened to her crew and why they abandoned a perfectly intact and valuable ship would soon become a national obsession. The Carol A. Deering's departure from Barbados was not the last time she and her crew were sighted before running aground in North Carolina. On the afternoon of January 29th, the Cape Lookout lightship spotted a 5-masted schooner approaching from the south. After days of wind, storm, and fog, the weather was finally clearing. Impressed by her beauty, the lightship's engineer, James Steele, took a photo as the schooner drew near. A red-headed man called out from the ship using a megaphone and said that they had lost both anchors in a gale off Frying Pan Shoals, and asked that the lightship convey word to their owners. The man's appearance and manner of speaking didn't seem like that of a captain or an officer, and he spoke with a Scandinavian accent. As the schooner sailed past at around 4 knots, Thomas Jacobson, the captain of the lightship, also noticed that several of her crew seemed to be milling about her quarterdeck, a space typically reserved for the captain. The lightship's wireless set was not working at the time, so they would ask the next wireless-equipped vessel to pass on the serious message. Almost as soon as the schooner disappeared
No,
on the
it's
horizon.
not a hula hoop. It's a sketch. I'm gonna flush some things out and go over it with pen later, but it's a pear. I'm like, what am I gonna do with this pear? And so I've got a vision of like a pool floaty. I'm like, okay, let's put a pool floaty on the thing. I'm like, well, what? It kind of just looks like it's with a pool floaty in the air. Okay, so let's give it legs. Is it sitting on the beach though? Well, why would it have a pool floaty on it on the sand? Okay, I guess we could put it in the water. But then why is he kicking his legs up? Well, there's an electric eel underneath him. Couple fishies. A little crabby at the bottom. Anyway, maybe I'll do sunshine up here. Sunshine up here. Bird over here. One more.
A steamer with an antenna for wireless equipment approached from the
Cloud.
south.
I'm gonna do a cloud. In
Captain
fact,
Jacobs quickly.
that's my next nail set. I've just stripped this one off. I'm gonna do this one next, and I'm going to do like cotton candy, sunsetty kind of clouds on my fingers.
The letters RQK to signal that he had an important message, but the steamer
I
didn't
had a
slow
vision
down.
of it earlier.
The lightship let out 4 blasts from its steam whistle, another widely honored signal to establish contact. But immediately following the signal, the steamer changed course away from the lightship, and the men on board hastily covered their nameplates with canvas. Captain Jacobs was greatly unnerved by the strange event as the mysterious steamer disappeared on the horizon, following the same course as the Deering. The final sighting of the Carol A. Deering was equally mysterious. On Sunday, January 30th, only one day before the Deering grounded, Captain Henry Johnson of the steamship Lake Elon sighted a 5-masted schooner. Though they couldn't see her nameplate, the location and the description of the vessel suggests they must have seen the Deering. Captain Johnson reported that while there was nothing out of the ordinary about the schooner's appearance, her course was strange as she appeared to be steering straight for the dangerous shoals around Cape Hatteras. While it was an odd sight, Captain Henry assumed that the crew of the schooner would soon spot either the beacon from Cape Hatteras Light or the lightship at Diamond Shoals. Not thinking much of it, the Lake Elon continued on her course as the wayward schooner sailed out of view. Soon, numerous investigations were launched to determine what happened to the crew of the Carol A. Deering,
A
including
cartoon.
led by future President Herbert Hoover, who was then the Secretary of Commerce.
Very
He wanted to
funny.
know why so many vessels from numerous nationalities all seem to have disappeared in roughly the same area at around the same time. As the Deering was the only one of these ships to reappear, it was hoped that she could offer some clues. But it was soon concluded that many of these disappearances
I just had a vision of pears. All right, I guess we'll draw a pear. A pear on the face.
As the course was traced, it appeared that she was sailing away from these storms. That led her investigators to believe that mutiny was the most likely explanation, until a startling revelation was uncovered. A local fisherman named Christopher Columbus Gray soon came forward with a message he found in a bottle in the waters off Buxton Beach. The message read, "Deering captured by oil-burning boat, something like chaser. Taking off everything, handcuffing crew. Crew hiding all over the ship. No chance to make escape. Finder, please notify headquarters Deering." The letter seemed to confirm that the Deering fell victim to piracy, a theory backed up by the mystery steamship seen by the Cape Lookout lightship. The story was further legitimized when it was found that the bottle containing the message was manufactured in Brazil, and the handwriting matched that of the Deering's engineer Bates. But as the letter was further scrutinized, its authenticity soon fell into question. While the handwriting was said to match Chief Engineer Bates, it soon became clear that it also matched someone else's handwriting, Christopher Columbus Gray. And after further questioning from federal authorities, Gray soon admitted that he had faked the letter. Apparently, he thought the discovery would help him land a coveted job at the Cape Hatteras Light Station. Something that actually worked, because he did end up getting a job with the Lighthouse Service, so I guess petty crime does pay. Another popular theory at the time was that the Deering did indeed get caught up in the hurricanes that ravaged the area. This idea was popular among most government officials, particularly the Weather Bureau. With both of her anchors lost and her steering gear damaged, it's thought that the crew raised the distress signal found on her wreck and soon hailed a sulfur freighter called the Hewitt, which was known to have been in roughly the same area at the time. The crew then evacuated the damaged schooner for the relative safety of the 5,000-ton steamship. The Hewitt last made radio contact on the 26th of January, 1921. No further trace of the vessel has ever been found. As she picked up the crew of the Deering, they met the same mysterious fate that claimed the Hewitt and her crew. In addition to bad weather and piracy, mutiny is another widely held theory. The tension between Captain Wormel and First Officer McClellan was well documented and supported by several witnesses. It's believed that after something sparked an altercation, Captain Wormel and Navy Engineer Bates were murdered in a fit of rage. The crew then lived on the ship for a bit longer before abandoning the schooner, knowing that their crimes would soon be found out. In the small boats, they were at the mercy of the seas, churned up by the nearby hurricane. They might have been lost there in the sea, but maybe with some luck they made it to land. They hid the boats, and they blended back into society, lost forever to the anonymity of history. The story of the Carol A. Deering and her missing crew made headlines all around the world. Journalists pored over the various explanations, from the mundane to the supernatural. Several connected the disappearance to a story about a Soviet plot to seize American ships. Anti-communist anxieties were reaching a fever pitch at the time, but there's no evidence that this plot, if it was even real, was ever carried out, and there's nothing tangible linking it to the Deering. A much more mundane theory is that after suffering damage in the storms, the Deering grounded with her crew on the Diamond Shoals, and they abandoned her in the lifeboats sometime in the night before the schooner was spotted. Then, the tiny boats broke up in the heavy surf, drowning the men before they could reach land. Without much else evidence, and no traces of the crew ever turning up, the inquiries were soon closed without any definitive conclusions. Captain Wormel's daughter, Rula Wormel, unsatisfied with the lack of answers, fought her entire life to keep the story in the press and pushed investigators to follow every possible lead. Her efforts are a big reason why we know so much about the mystery today. In the months that followed, it quickly became clear that the Carol A. Deering was beyond saving. Various parties removed anything they could from the Phantom ship, and after an attempted salvage, she was deemed a navigational hazard, and her wreck was destroyed with dynamite on March 4, 1921. Portions of her wreck washed ashore, and it's said that some of her timbers were used by locals to build houses in the area. The Carol A. Deering was the last ship built by the G.G. Deering shipyard. Gardner Deering would die at the age of 88
later that year. His legacy is now kept alive by a mystery that tantalizes the nation and confounds investigators to this day. On the afternoon of Friday, November 21st, 1902, Captain James McMaw of the Lake Freighter Algonquin peered through his binoculars into the haze that hung over Lake Superior. Despite the low visibility and mild gusts, the weather was nothing too challenging for the outbound Algonquin. Around 80 miles off Keweenaw Point, Captain McMaw sighted the silhouette of another freighter making her way downbound about 7 miles away. He immediately recognized the steamer's three-masted profile. It was a vessel the experienced captain knew well, a 245-foot wheat carrier that frequently shared the same route as the Algonquin, called the Bannockburn. This late into the season, there were not many vessels left on the lake. Captain McMaw noted that the Bannockburn wasn't towing her two barges, probably due to the likelihood of rough late November weather on these final runs. He recorded the sighting in his ship's log and noted that she seemed to be making good weather, with nothing unusual to report. A minute or so later, Captain McMaw raised his binoculars to take another look, but the Bannockburn was gone. Baffled by the sudden disappearance, he scanned the horizon over and over. It would have been impossible for any vessel to sail out of view in just the brief moment in which he looked away. But the Algonquin was alone in the vastness of Lake Superior. There would never be another confirmed sighting of the Bannockburn ever again. Only the day before, the Canadian registered freighter Bannockburn was loading grain at the Canadian Northern Elevator at Port Arthur. She was preparing to carry 85,000 bushels of wheat to Midland, Ontario, and Georgian Bay on Lake Huron. The SS Bannockburn was a British-built ship constructed at the Sir Railton Dixon and Company shipyard in Middlesbrough on the Tees estuary in 1893. She came in at 1,620 tons, with a length of 245 feet or 74.4 meters and a 40-foot or 12.2 meter beam. She was powered by a triple expansion 3-cylinder engine fired by 2 boilers. Not long after her launch, she arrived in Canada to join the Montreal Transportation Company fleet based in Ontario. The grain trade at the time involved frequent transiting of the Welland Canal and the small locks of the St. Lawrence River, which limited the size of vessels in the fleet. The Bannockburn was about the maximum size of a vessel capable of operating this route. On this voyage, she was commanded by 37-year-old Captain George R. Wood from Port Dalhousie, Ontario. While this was his first season on the Bannockburn, he spent the previous year commanding another company vessel, the Glengarry, and was considered an experienced navigator by this time. In a strange coincidence, his brother Eugene Wood was chief engineer on the ill-fated car ferry Marquette and Bessemer No. 2, which was lost in a storm on Lake Erie on December 8, 1909. The rest of the crew was very young. Of the 20 other men, 33-year-old chief engineer George Booth was the only married man on board. The next oldest crew members were 24-year-old first assistant engineer Charles Selby and the 22-year-old second mate William Chalkey. Selby had just been elevated for this voyage after the previous first engineer abruptly left the ship only a few days before.
I was researching.
A new second assistant, Joseph Dawson, was brought in at the last minute. The rest of the crew ranged in ages from 17 to 20. The youngest crew member was the wheelsman Callahan. He was an orphan working on board to support his 3 younger brothers. He was just 16 years old. At the time, it was extremely common for Great Lakes shipping companies to employ young and inexperienced crews so that they could keep wages as low as possible and maximize profits. It was an extremely lucrative business. As the Bannockburn finished loading, Captain Wood remarked to the elevator superintendent, Mr. Sellers, that he expected good weather on this run, and he thought they might even be able to get another one in before the end of the season. Mr. Sellers, a man with many more years of experience, doubted this very much, observing that ice was already beginning to build out from the shore. He knew that the season was already coming to an end.
The Bannockburn departed Port Arthur on November 21st, 1902, at around 9 in the morning. She was actually scheduled to leave a day earlier, but as she made her way to the open lake, she briefly ran aground and was forced to turn back. After a thorough examination, it was found that the damage was minimal, and she was declared perfectly sound and cleared to begin the voyage. After her departure, almost nothing is known about what happened on the final voyage. Her average speed and departure time would put her right around where she was sighted by Captain McMaw of the Algonquin. But aside from suddenly vanishing from view, the captain didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Nothing that would hint to any trouble on board. As the Algonquin made her way upbound that evening, she soon encountered a stiff breeze and heavier seas, but she arrived safely in port without much trouble. As night fell, a storm descended over Lake Superior with towering seas and punishing winds. Captain McMaw felt lucky that he had made it to port before the worst of the November gale blew in. He pitied any vessel that might still be out on the lake. That night, the Northern Navigation Company's passenger steamer Huronic, a sister ship of the ill-fated Noronic, which would burn in Toronto Harbor in September of 1949, was sailing upbound to Port Arthur when heavy snow began to fall. A young waiter on board, Fred Landon, kept a daily diary of his experience. He noted that on the 21st, the ship encountered the worst storm of the season. The weather was so intense that the ship's engines were damaged and had to be repaired the next day. While he was serving breakfast the next morning, Landon overheard one of the officers remark that they had sighted the lights of the Bannockburn, fighting through the storm during the night, but no one on board thought much more about the sighting. The Huronic arrived in Port Arthur and departed for another downbound voyage on the 25th. It wasn't until they arrived in Sarnia on the 28th that they learned that the ship that they had seen in the night had gone missing. Meanwhile, as the Bannockburn became seriously overdue at the Sioux Locks, a period of wild speculation and uncertainty soon set in. It wasn't uncommon for ships to get delayed, especially in rough weather, and at first, the Montreal Transportation Company wasn't concerned about the missing vessel.
I saw your poem, Dan. Thank you for letting. That's beautiful, by the way. But also, thanks for letting me know because it wasn't showing that it was a problem for me. Everything was still normal. I saw your comments coming through too. Baby. What is it? Oh, yeah, no, I did. I thought it was frozen. It's beautiful. Must have been when the ball happened. It's fine. Where did that deck go, though? Did it fall somewhere? Hi, Nimbus. How are you? Happy Mother's Day. Thank you.
But as time went on, and the families of her missing crew became more desperate, pressure mounted on the company to explain what happened to the missing sailors. In the days after the Bannockburn's scheduled arrival, no one seemed to know whether the ship was actually missing or just stranded somewhere. Engine failures happened somewhat regularly, especially during storms, and every couple of seasons the ship would go well past her scheduled arrival, only to be discovered sitting idle or grounded only a few days later. This was before ships were equipped with wireless sets. Communication was limited to as far as the eye could see. Once a ship passed out of visual range, she was lost until she was spotted somewhere else. On November 26th, a manager of the Montreal Transportation Company, Mr. L.L. Henderson, under mounting pressure from the families of the crew, claimed that he had received word from the office of the ship's underwriter that the Bannockburn was located on the north shore of Lake Superior, opposite Michipicoten Island, and her crew was safe. He said that the report came from a ship called the Germanic. A large salvage tug called the Favorite was sent to the scene to investigate, but after steaming for miles up and down the bleak shoreline, no trace of the missing ship was ever found. The officers of the Georgic were questioned about the report, but they were adamant that no one on board made any such claim. They went on to say that if any stranded ship was sighted, they would have investigated immediately to assist anyone who might need saving. It's very unclear where Henderson got his information, and when he was pressed for answers, he only became vaguer. If Captain Wood found himself lost in the storm, it's likely that he would have searched for the light at Caribou Island. He might not have known that the light was intentionally shut off for the season on November 15th. This early shut-off date would cause a great deal of controversy, since many ships passed through the area, sometimes as late as the early weeks of December. Another tug called the Boynton was sent to search the shoals around Caribou Island and retrace the shoreline searched by the Favorite. Again, nothing was found. And even before the Boynton returned, the Bannockburn was officially declared lost on November 30th, 1902. Almost no trace of the Bannockburn or her crew were ever found. On November 25th, before the ship was declared missing, a steamer called the John D. Rockefeller sailed through a debris field near Standard Rock Light, but it was unclear to the crew of the steamer where the debris came from. The only confirmed trace of the Bannockburn was discovered on Friday, December 12th at the Grand Marais life-saving station, when a cork life preserver and a single oar from the ship were found on the beach. The total lack of information left few answers to the fate of the Bannockburn and the 21 men on board. Captain McMaw of the Algonquin theorized that she was taken down by a sudden boiler explosion. That was the only way that he could explain her suddenly vanishing from sight that afternoon. But there's no evidence to back this theory, and McMaw himself admitted that he neither saw nor heard any signs of an explosion. Boiler explosions, though commonly speculated about at the time, were exceedingly rare, especially in newer, well-maintained vessels like the Bannockburn. At the end of the season, when the lock of the Canadian Sioux was drained, a single steel hull plate was discovered. No one was able to definitively link the plate to the Bannockburn, but it led credence to a theory that she sailed into the gale with a weakened hull that failed in the heavy seas. But there's little other evidence to support this theory either, especially given that her hull was inspected just before leaving. The most credible final sighting of the Bannockburn came from the Algonquin, occurring almost exactly where the ship would have been expected to be at the time, given her planned course. The sighting was also properly recorded before the ship went missing. While the men in the pilot house of the Huronic were adamant that they saw the lights of the Bannockburn that night in the darkness of the raging storm, it's not clear that the light they saw was indeed the missing ship. The Huronic might well have been the last vessel to see the Bannockburn before she met her final fate. But as the years went on, they would prove to be far from the last sailors on Lake Superior, to believe that they spotted the Bannockburn fighting through a dark storm in the waters around Caribou Island. Throughout the early half of the 20th century, the Bannockburn mystery sparked the imagination of superstitious sailors on the lakes. For years after the disappearance, on dark and stormy nights, sailors would frequently claim to see the lights of a phantom ship fighting her way down Lake Superior, searching for the light at Caribou Island. These strange sightings were almost always attributed to the Bannockburn, and she quickly earned the nickname, the Flying Dutchman of Lake Superior. But as the years passed, and those who sailed the lakes in 1902 aged and eventually passed away,
I'll be researching.
the mystery of the Bannockburn all but faded into memory, replaced by more spectacular and recent disasters. but it's easy to see why her story was so captivating. In those early days, late season losses were common. Tonnage was easy to replace, and there were plenty of young men eager to work. The term ghost ship gets thrown around a lot, and people debate what it actually refers to. Is it a derelict ship left to drift without a crew? Is it a vessel that vanishes in the night without a trace, only to be spotted again and again throughout the years, hiding in the mist? It's an evocative idea that somewhere in the vastness of the seas and the lakes of the world, phantom vessels are just beyond the fog.
Well,
A romantic notion that the young men who were sacrificed in the name of commerce somehow live on. The idea that a young sailor can continue in some ghostly realm lends significance to a life cut short by the pursuit of profits, letting us believe that the sacrifice of a loved one was somehow worth it. On a cold night in 1933, a group of Inuit people came upon a derelict cargo ship drifting in the icy waters off the coast of northern Alaska. They decided to explore the abandoned ship to see if they could find anything of value. But almost as soon as they boarded, the winds shifted and a violent storm blew in seemingly from nowhere, trapping them inside. As the Arctic winds raged outside, the small group had nothing to do but listen to the ghostly groans of the ship as she ground against the shifting ice. When the storm finally cleared 10 days later, they fled, never to look back. The phantom ship would soon vanish. She would mysteriously reappear numerous times all over the Beaufort Sea for the next 3.5 decades. The SS Bejemo was originally launched in Sweden in 1914. Her original name was Angermanelfen, after the Swedish river. Her original owners were German, and she was used as a trading vessel between Hamburg and Sweden through the First World War. She was relatively modest in size, weighing in at 1,322 tons with a length of 230 feet. She was powered by a triple expansion engine and could achieve a cruising speed of 10 knots. After the war, she was handed over to the British as a war reparation in 1920. She left the Baltic Sea for the last time and was purchased in London by the Hudson Bay Company for £15,000. She was renamed the Bejemo. Her first voyage with the company took place in 1921 in the Eastern Arctic. The next year, she was sent to Siberia with her new captain, Sidney Cornwell. He would remain her captain for the rest of her career. The Bejemo would spend the next 2 years trading furs in Siberia, but political tensions in Russia soon led the Hudson Bay Company to withdraw from the area. After 1924, she would begin operating in the Western Arctic, traveling between Vancouver and Hudson Bay Company posts along the Yukon and Northwest Territories. She would complete 9 difficult voyages in the area carrying cargo and furs. She was typically manned by around 32 crew members and would occasionally carry passengers. Every winter, she would travel back to her home port in Ardrossan, Scotland. She would return to Canada through the Panama Canal, and in 1924, she would also travel through the Suez Canal, successfully circumnavigating the globe. But her luck on these dangerous voyages would soon run out. The Bejemo experienced particularly treacherous weather conditions in her 1931 season. She would frequently find herself mired in fog and heavy ice throughout the summer. By late September, as she passed the Seahorse Islands near Point Barrow, Alaska, the Bejemo experienced an unexpected blizzard. Her crew was forced to drop anchor and weather the storm. But by October 1st, conditions continued to deteriorate, and the steamship was soon trapped in heavy pack ice. Recognizing the dire situation, the crew abandoned the vessel and traveled half a mile through the snow to the town of Barrow, where they would shelter for the next 2 days. When they returned, the stricken vessel had broken free from the ice. The ship had sustained heavy damage in the storm, and it was clear that it would be impossible to safely sail her further southwest. Her crew decided that they would have to remain in the area to watch over her through the winter. But on October 8th, the situation grew even worse when the ship once again became mired in the ice, this time much more thoroughly than before. On the 15th, the Hudson Bay Company sent an aircraft to retrieve the crew, but Captain Cornwell and 14 of his men refused to leave their ship behind. The company provided them with provisions to last the winter, and they constructed a crude temporary shelter nearby. They wouldn't dare live on board the ship. It was impossible to keep the large vessel heated, and the shifting ice threatened to sink her at any moment. Over the next few days, they performed daily maintenance on the ship, mainly clearing ice from a rudder to prevent damage. But their routine was cut short when on November 24th, a blinding storm struck the area. When it finally cleared, the Bechamo was nowhere to be seen. Captain Cornwell and his crew assumed that the powerful storm had sunk the damaged ship. They headed back to Barrow to await transport to Vancouver. But to their surprise, an Inuit seal hunter spotted the derelict vessel a few days later, trapped in ice near Skull Cliff, some 45 miles away. Captain Cornwell and his crew tracked her down and concluded that the ship was far too heavily damaged to safely survive the winter. They removed her remaining cargo and abandoned their ship for the last time, knowing that she would probably break up in the brutal icy waters of the Beaufort Sea. Captain Cornwell and his remaining crew were flown back to Vancouver soon after. The SS Bechamo was officially deemed a loss, and the men went on with their lives. But later that winter, to everyone's surprise, the Bechamo was spotted some 300 miles east of where she was originally abandoned. This would be the first of many mysterious appearances. She was next spotted by a man named Leslie Melvin. He was traveling to Nome with his dog sled team when he came across the ship floating peacefully near the shore. A few months later, she was discovered by a group of prospectors. At first, the sightings were an odd surprise, but nothing too extraordinary. The area was, and still is, extremely treacherous. It was not uncommon for ships to be overtaken by the ice and abandoned by their crews. Usually, once a ship was abandoned, she would succumb to the elements in a few days or weeks, but occasionally one of these ships would survive a season or two before finally foundering. So when the Bechamo appeared in the distance again and again over the next several months, locals didn't think much of it. But as time went on, and the derelict ship kept appearing, stories began to circulate that something supernatural was guiding the phantom ship. Those who spotted her would claim that it appeared that she was piloted by some unseen crew as she drifted away from rocky shoals and other hazards that would challenge even manned vessels. In 1933, her legend grew when a group of Inuit people were forced to shelter on the ghost ship when a freak storm trapped them in her hull for 10 days. These strange events helped earn the Bechamo a reputation as a cursed ship. Later that summer, she was boarded by the crew and passengers of the Trader, a small schooner that was on a research expedition to collect Alaskan and Arctic wildflowers. So charming. After they finished exploring the ship, she disappeared in the night. But throughout the remainder of their voyage, the Bechamo would appear several more times, just on the horizon, as if she was following them. In November 1939, there was an attempt to salvage her by Captain Hugh Paulson, but his vessel was too small to safely take control of the much larger Bechamo. This was the last recorded boarding of the ship. She was spotted several more times throughout 1939, but she always eluded capture. Recorded sightings slowed considerably during World War II and in the years after. It was assumed that she finally succumbed to her long overdue fate and she was more or less forgotten. But then, out of nowhere, she was spotted by a group of Inuit people in March 1962, floating near the shore of the Beaufort Sea. Her last recorded sighting took place in 1969 when she was seen drifting in heavy pack ice, 38 years after she was originally left for dead. Though she hasn't been sighted in decades, her mystery continues. Her unnatural ability to remain afloat unmanned in one of the most treacherous bodies of water continues to baffle investigators. In 2006, the Alaskan government commissioned a project to solve her mystery, but to date, nothing has been found. The sightings we know about are only those that were recorded in history. How many others managed to explore the phantom vessel? What did they find when they explored her empty cabins or ventured deep into her cargo holds? Was she supernatural? How did she survive so long in the icy waters? And did she finally sink? Or is she still out there, drifting in some far-off, forgotten stretch of the Arctic, waiting to be found once again? Late one night in 1909, while the SS Waratah steamed for Durban, South Africa, a first-class passenger named Claude G. Sawyer rose from his berth and walked on deck. The sky burned crimson, and the sea churned below. On the horizon, a hellish figure arose from the sea, swinging a sword with one hand and clutching a blood-soaked rag with the other. As the
One time we had a lost signal in here. No, this Dan's right. This is a place for art and chat and vibes and well, don't do that.
Drew near, it called out Waratah again and again until Sawyer finally awoke from his nightmare. The next morning, he couldn't shake the sense of dread, and night after night, he had the
Don't
same
come in here
terrible
being
dream,
nasty to my
the
regulars.
same specter, crying out the word Waratah over and over again. When they finally arrived in Durban, Sawyer left the ship for good, ending his voyage early. He would continue his trip to Cape Town on another liner.
Yeah.
Only a few days later,
I saw
the
your little
SS
drool
Waratah,
comment.
with 211 souls on board, would vanish without a trace.
She would have said something. I saw your little drool comment. Mostly I ignored the comments. Some of them I just didn't even see, but then I noticed you seeming to bother my chat. So I looked. It wasn't the compliment that was the problem. You know, like I'm not. I hear stuff all the time. I see stuff all the time. I'm not. I don't even know what the word would be. Unappreciative, ungrateful for the compliment, but I mean, it's not really what I want anyway. Like somebody lusting after me. There's much more to me than a physical vessel. And mostly I ignored the comments. I saw a little lusty thing and whatever. It's whatever. I've seen worse. Some people are just outright nasty and mean. The lusty compliment, but yes, a kind of sort of an attempt to be a compliment nonetheless. But at the same time, you were being dismissive and kind of rude to my regulars. It's not that they don't see me for who I am. In fact, Dan pretty regularly compliments me. It's just that we have a bunch of artists and intellects in the chat, typically speaking, so skin deep. Beauty's only skin deep. Thanks, but it's not that they don't see that, it's just that they also value more than that as well. So, don't bother my chat.
In 1869, William Loon founded the Blue Anchor Line. The company operated a fleet of sailing ships that primarily serviced routes between London, South Africa, and Australia. By 1890, Loon and his sons replaced their fleet of sailing ships with versatile steamers designed to carry both cargo and passengers. Their livery featured a black and white funnel with a distinctive blue anchor design. In 1907, the Loon family commissioned a new cargo and passenger vessel with the shipyard Barclay, Curle & Co. in Glasgow. The design was modeled after the SS Geelong, a 7,700-ton liner launched in 1904. But this new liner would be nearly 2,000 tons larger, making her the largest and most luxurious ship in the Blue Anchor fleet. Yard number 472 was launched on September 12, 1908, and christened by Mrs. J.W. Taverner, wife of the Agent General of Victoria, and a person whose name no one seemed to think was important enough to write down. The SS Waratah came in at 9,339 tons, with a length of 465 feet and a beam of just over 59 feet. She was powered by two sets of quadruple expansion steam engines that drove two screw propellers, achieving a service speed of 13.5 knots. She was equipped with a double bottom, and her hull was divided into 8 watertight compartments. She featured luxurious accommodations for up to 128 first-class passengers, with well-equipped staterooms, a saloon, and a music lounge. Her third-class accommodations could hold up to 300 passengers. The Waratah was designed to function as an immigrant ship, with cargo holds that could easily be converted into dormitories, capable of holding up to 700 steerage passengers on outward voyages, and general cargo on return trips to London. She also carried a crew of 154. After a successful set of sea trials held on October 23, 1908, she was turned over to her new owners and immediately began her shore career. She left London on her maiden voyage on November 5, 1908, commanded by Captain Joshua Edward Ilbery, a veteran of the Blue Star Line with 30 years of experience. During this first voyage, she suffered an engine room fire that was quickly brought under control, and repairs were made in Sydney. She completed the voyage, returning to London on March 7, 1909. Upon his return, Captain Ilbery was apparently not completely satisfied with the ship, and was said to have reported that she suffered stability issues, making it especially difficult to properly load cargo. In hindsight, it's difficult to know the extent of Captain Ilbery's concerns, which were scrutinized by the later inquiry and heavily sensationalized by the press of the time. Ilbery was an experienced and well-respected captain, and despite whatever concerns he might have had, he considered the Waratah safe enough to embark on her next voyage, a voyage that would prove to be her last. Waratah is a species of flower native to the southeastern part of Australia and a state emblem of New South Wales. The name Waratah comes from the Eora Aboriginal people who inhabited the area that would become Sydney. In 1848, a ship bearing the name Waratah was lost in the English Channel. Another was lost on a voyage to Sydney in 1887, and yet another was lost in the Gulf of Carpentaria in 1897. In total, at least 4 vessels with the unlucky name were lost before Blue Anchor Line's Waratah sailed her final voyage in 1909. This voyage was only Waratah's second, leaving London on April 27, 1909. The first few legs were uneventful as she made her stops in South Africa, but she faced severe gales as she made her way from Adelaide to Melbourne. She reached Sydney in June without any damage or noteworthy issues. She left Sydney loaded with 7,800 bars of bullion, wool, frozen meat, dairy, and flour on June 26th, and picked up additional cargo and passengers in Adelaide and Melbourne. She left Australia on July 7th with about 100 passengers, bound for her stops in South Africa. During this leg of the voyage, first-class passenger Claude Gustav Sawyer, a Swiss-born engineer living with his family in Sussex, grew concerned as he observed several issues with the ship's stability. He claimed that even in calm seas, the ship had a considerable list to starboard and would unexpectedly recover, with a sudden jerk so violent that it injured 2 passengers, Mrs. Colwood, who would disembark in Durban, and Miss Lascelles, as well as the ship's surgeon, Dr. Howard Fulford. He made it widely known to his fellow passengers that he was concerned the Waratah was an unhappy ship. Mr. Sawyer was a well-educated and seasoned traveler. He understood how a properly designed ship should behave in a variety of conditions. But as the liner continued, her ever-present list had eased to only a few degrees, and soon Mr. Sawyer nearly forgot his concerns. But then, 3 or 4 days out of Durban, he dreamed of the strange apparition with the sword and the blood-soaked rag. He would have the same nightmare each of his remaining nights on the ship. Another passenger, Mr. Ebworth, when asked what he made of the vision, said it was probably a warning. This was enough for Mr. Sayre, and he decided that he would get off the ship in Durban and finish his journey on another liner. He tried to convince other passengers to do the same, but no one joined him. Claude Sawyer left the ship when she arrived in Durban on the morning of July 25th. The next day, the Waratah left Durban, bound for Cape Town, South Africa. Mr. Sawyer had one last nightmare a few days later, on July 28th. He saw the ship in the distance, fighting through heavy seas, when a huge wave swept over her, rolling her onto her starboard side. She soon disappeared beneath the waves. The Waratah was expected to reach Cape Town on the 29th of July. Her disappearance launched a considerable search effort, numerous claim sightings, and wild speculation over what could have happened to the brand new liner and the 211 souls on board. The last confirmed sighting of the SS Waratah came from the steamship Clan McIntyre at around 4 o'clock on July 27th. The 2 vessels communicated by signal lamp as the newer and faster Waratah overtook the older steamer near the mouth of the Beachy River and eventually faded into the horizon at 9:30. The weather in the area deteriorated rapidly, and a storm rolled in the next day on July 28th. The captain of the Clan
Sweet
McIntyre
dreams,
would
Dan.
later
Thanks for
report
being
that it was
here.
some of the worst conditions he had.
Also, I really appreciate you. It's nice to be able to hold a safe space for people, but I do very much value your presence and energy as well. Reciprocally, thank you for being here. Sweet dreams. You are loved. You're so welcome. Thanks for being so lovely. Funny and smart and sweet. Poetic. We love that. One love here. Cheers to you. I love my tribe. What love?
Experienced in his 13 years at sea. As the Waratah's scheduled arrival time came and went, concern slowly grew. It was not at all uncommon at the time for vessels to arrive a day or two, or even a few weeks late. While the Waratah was a new and modern ship, she was not equipped with a wireless set, leaving her to face emergencies on her own. The tugboat T.E. Fuller was the first vessel sent to search for the lost liner on August 1st, but they were soon forced to return due to harsh weather. The search quickly resumed and was joined by the Royal Navy cruisers HMS Pandora, Forte, and Hermes. They concentrated in the area where she was last spotted, but encountered waves so large that HMS Hermes suffered hull damage and had to be placed in dry dock for repairs. There were numerous reported sightings of the Waratah and reports of debris and even bodies sighted in the area, but none of these reports were ever definitively confirmed. In September of 1909, the Blue Anchor Line chartered the Union Castle cargo ship Sabine to conduct a search that covered 14,000 miles, but nothing was found. In 1910, relatives of the Waratah's passengers sent another search party in a desperate attempt to find the missing ship. They chartered the Wakefield, which would spend another 4 months searching, covering an additional 15,000 miles. But again, despite these exhaustive efforts, no trace of the missing Waratah or her passengers was ever found. In December 1910, the Board of Trade conducted an official inquiry into the disappearance. But with the lack of evidence or witness testimony, they struggled to find a definitive explanation for the disaster. In the years that followed, numerous theories have been entertained, but there are two that seem to carry the most weight. The first and most popular is that the ship was top-heavy and prone to stability issues that proved catastrophic in the heavy seas Waratah no doubt faced after she overtook the Clan McIntyre on July 27th. The official inquiry spent much of its time going over the plausibility of this theory. The Waratah was based heavily on the design for the Geelong, which by this point had been sailing for years and had proved itself safe and reliable. Numerous expert witnesses agreed that she was built and designed properly, and she also just passed numerous inspections by her builders, her owners, the Board of Trade, and 2 separate inspections from Lloyd's of London, which gave her their top rating. Still, rumors of instability persisted from passengers on her maiden voyage and others familiar with the vessel. One former passenger even reported that it was impossible to take baths on the ship at times due to the severe and persistent list. There is also, of course, the testimony of Mr. Sawyer, who was so concerned by these issues that he left the ship. But for all the accounts of stability issues that came out during the inquiry, there were just as many accounts praising the ship and her performance. Agnes Hay, a passenger on the Waratah's ill-fated final voyage, was actually also a passenger on her first voyage. She wrote to friends and family, telling them how satisfactory she found the ship, and complimented the officers and crew. Clearly, she was confident enough in the liner to book passage for a second voyage. If Waratah was plagued by such severe stability issues, how did she clear every inspection? Why did passengers, crew, and officers remark on how fine a ship she was? And why would Captain Ilbury, an experienced and well-regarded captain, deem her safe? At the time, it wasn't all that uncommon for passenger ships to be slightly top-heavy, even major transatlantic liners. The Imperator, for example, built just a few years later, was famously unstable, earning the nickname Limperauder. So it's hard to know whether a handful of passengers were reacting in hindsight to perhaps heavy but somewhat normal rolling, or if the Waratah in fact did suffer a significant design flaw that left her vulnerable to capsizing. If she was unstable, it's a terrifying sight to imagine that she would likely have gone over in minutes or even seconds. The people on board would have almost no time at all to comprehend what was happening or attempt an escape. But there's another chilling theory that gets less attention now, though it saw considerable speculation in the press at the time. This was that the Waratah suffered an explosion that caused the liner to sink almost instantly. One disputed eyewitness account gives credence to this theory. At around 7:30 p.m. on July 27th, Captain John Bruce of a ship called the Harlow and other members of his crew saw 2 mast lights about 10 miles away from a ship emitting an abnormally large amount of smoke. Soon after spotting the mysterious ship, they saw 2 broad fantail flashes on the horizon that they thought were likely caused by a bunker or boiler explosion. The lights and smoke from the nearby ship vanished almost immediately after the blast. The most glaring issue with the Harlow sighting is that its location contradicts the confirmed sighting from the Clan McIntyre, as the McIntyre communicated with the Waratah further along in their course to Cape Town, hours earlier that same day. The only way the Harlow could have seen the Waratah at the coordinates Captain Bruce provided is if the Waratah for some reason turned back to Durban. Captain Bruce and his crew were adamant about what they saw, and the captain even went so far as to suggest that they run a wire to search for the wreck 3 to 4 miles from the mouth of the St. John River where they saw the burning ship explode. A boiler explosion might not be a far-fetched explanation, especially considering that the Waratah suffered an engine room fire not long before. It's possible that the fire left more significant damage to one of her boilers than what was detected at the time, leading to an eventual explosion. While nothing was ever officially confirmed, there were some reports of charred wreckage found in the area, and there have been other explosions at sea that took vessels down quickly with minimal debris left on the surface. But with all of this, it's important to take these accounts with a grain of salt. Many were recollections from months after events took place. Many were relayed through newspaper accounts looking to report a dramatic story, and many have been distorted by the passage of time. The Waratah disaster proved devastating for the Blue Anchor Line. Their reputation never recovered from the incident, and they eventually sold their fleet to P&O. We will probably never know what really happened to the 211 souls who vanished with the Waratah over a century ago. Numerous efforts to find her wreck over the years have so far proven unsuccessful. And with the vastness of the sea and the passage of time, it's likely she will never be found. Perhaps it makes no difference to the people who lost their lives, but to us, the uncertainty of tragedies like the Waratah gnawed our desire to understand the world we live in. If something happens to someone we love, we want to know why. We want a complete story with a satisfying ending. But as our tools to make sense of the world fail, the unknowns pile up. We're left adrift, wondering what will eventually come for us. When you think of a ghost ship, what comes to mind? Do you picture some version of a Flying Dutchman, a phantom vessel, sailing on its own? Or is it something like the Waratah, a ship filled with people that simply vanished without a trace? Maybe you picture the fictional Octavius, a derelict ship filled with the skeletons of her crew, drifting aimlessly through the vast emptiness of the sea. It's hard to grasp the intense isolation and uncertainty of ocean travel in the days before wireless communication, a time when crossing the horizon meant passing into the unknown. Uncertainty is one of our greatest fears. We try to keep it at bay with stories crafted to fill in the blanks. But even our most fanciful tales fail to explain the great unknowability of the sea. Legends and superstitions arise, and none capture my imagination quite like a ghost ship. A spooky tale that explains away the unknowable. While many of these stories are just fiction, others are all too real. A select few are told time and again, like the Mary Celeste. But others are almost completely forgotten. Their mystery deepens as time erases the details. This is one of those stories, the real tale of the sailing vessel Revolt, often referred to as the Welsh Mary Celeste. From the moment European explorers arrived in present-day Newfoundland, it was immediately clear that the region's waters were rich with fish. These valuable natural resources led to a series of conflicts as the colonists vied for control. In 1713, the French and British agreed to the Treaty of Utrecht, in which France recognized Britain's claim to the island, but allowed the French to fish the waters off the western shore. This agreement, called the Treaty Shore or French Shore, was reaffirmed and maintained through the 20th century. While this agreement was largely respected, tensions and war between the French and British led to a fraught relationship in the region. Ever suspicious of their longtime rival, the British maintained several Royal Navy ships in the area to routinely patrol and keep an eye on the French fishermen in what was called the Fishery Protection Service. By the late 1800s, as relations between the two countries grew friendlier, these patrols became somewhat uneventful. On August 28, 1884, one of these patrol ships, The gunboat HMS Mallard, under the command of Lieutenant Hamilton Brown, left St. John's and sailed northwest on what was expected to be another one of these routine voyages. By the next morning, August 29th, the weather was beautiful, offering gorgeous vistas of the surrounding area. As they steamed across the mouth of Trinity Bay, 30 miles east of Catalina, a large iceberg was spotted glistening in the distance, and a fog bank hung on the horizon out to sea. The peaceful morning was broken when a lookout called out, "Sail ho!" At first, the sighting was only acknowledged by the responsible officers. But soon, as it came into better view, every man on deck stared at the mysterious ship that loomed on the horizon. It was a brig, under plain sail, but she sailed erratically, as if no one was controlling.
How have I been signing my name lately? Between Freya and who? Namely, Isis. That's funny. Morgan Le Fay. Magic and Vesta. Protection. Isis. So clearing out toxic energies, negative energy spell work that's being sent, especially at the home environment, or balancing out the home despite all of these toxic karmic energies that were being projected, protecting self and family from them. Releasing anybody or anything that's not for you, including family if they're toxic. Expansiveness so that you can open up to people who really are your people, higher connections, soul family. Authenticity. Be yourself. Nature. Get out into nature. That will help you balance out. Authenticity just came out again. Be yourself. Fortuitous. There are blessings coming. Something about making a decision, though, not being fickle or trying to be more decisive. Fragmented. This could be having trouble making a decision because of past pain or fear of repeating a cycle or fear of more pain or something. Trauma. Message, feathers, destiny. Okay, so the holy angels are spirit messages here, trying to help you navigate. Clarity, to bring clarity to the situation. Crystal ball. That's so funny. What am I going to be putting on my nails next, I said? Clouds. Mystical. Aura. Observation. Psychometry, sensitivity, and honor your sensitivities. This will also help boost your own energy field. Don't put yourself in toxic environments that aren't good for you if you can avoid them. Come here, baby. Hey. Psst, 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 psst. Stop that. That's right. Come here. As I'm picking up the spell work, leave my animals alone. Gamble. That was a bad gamble. Perception. Runes. Crystal ball. Clarity. I know what's going on. Tell me what the backfire is going to be for these karmic people, though. Especially the ones that just tried that. People, everybody's going to know what they've done. And they'll be blocked from having any insight or intuition or knowledge, if not already. Prayers, God won't answer their prayers. None of their affirmations or spell work or anything like that will work. Thunder and lightning, they're being put back into check, and tarot guidance is
false practitioners, like fake practitioners. People will always know what's going on, footprints, direction. They could not block people from moving forward, feathers, angels. But what they've done, unfortunately, is block themselves. And they left their footprints everywhere. They left a pattern. They left evidence, energetically, spiritually, and otherwise. Ancestors in the Holy Realm did not appreciate that. Just gonna flash devices. Okay. Reflection. Yeah, my own reflection now. Spiritual quest. Cultivation. New growth. Moving forward. Delight. Choosing peace and joy. Despite whatever nonsense was created. Perseverance. And sustenance. So there's a reference of decision. Making a decision to heal and regenerate instead of like keep going around in toxic cycles and or give up, give in to the toxicity, or just let people walk all over you. Reflection, achievement. So we're choosing, first of all, this could also be like a higher counterpart mirror, a healthy reflection, a relationship. But achievement is, you know, some of these people decided they were going to try to compete with understanding, just came out. Us, how to put themselves in secret competition with us and then get even more mad when they were still losing. Without our permission and consent at that. Still got mad when they were losing. Decision, understanding. But we understand it was a bad idea for them to do that. And because we have a level of self-reflection, awareness, or respect, we don't compete. I don't compete with anybody but the person I was yesterday. Drive. Energetic movement. So the choice to push forward and excel, harmony, to flow with the divine, generosity, while we open up to abundance, spiritual quest, right? Blessings, because we did the work. We did the work. They wanted to take a shortcut there, copy, paste, steal, grift, etc. Nurture just came out, but we did the work. We nurtured ourselves. We've been working on the healing. We've been nurturing other people as well. A lot of us. But they decided to try to hurt people to get what they wanted. And we are not the same. I think I'm going to cap it right there for the night. But I wish you the most lovely, sweet dreams. I'm going to get some sleep and recalibrate. God says I'll be back tomorrow, so I'll be back tomorrow. Just had a quick team meeting on the side. Rest well. It's technically almost 1:30 a.m. here, so get some sleep and I'll see you tonight. Cheers.